Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Uncle Bandit stream. I hope everyone's doing well and staying safe out there. You know, I'm having a pretty decent day. I got to spend some time with the family the other day. That was really, really nice. Yeah, no, it was nice. We went out to, dinner and, ate some good stuff, and I got to see my family, and, it was pretty good. It was pretty good. I've been, I don't know, just been kind of preparing for a few things. So that's been kind of, so that's been kind of what I've been up to. I mean, nothing super exciting, but things can be like that, right? Speaking of things being like that, today we are continuing our playthrough of Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. So without further ado, let us hop back into the Videoverse. Anyway, when we last left off, we started a little bit into Turnabout Secession, which is an interesting episode so far. We're investigating the, well, not necessarily investigating, but a famous reclusive painter was killed via poison, and they're accusing his daughter of doing it. And we're cross-examining, I think, some kind of journalist guy? Something like that? Okay, cool. Just right into it. Okay, let's see what I got here. Ticket to a magic show. Gramarye envelope. Vera's card? Vera Masham, yeah. So that's our defendant. Coffee cup with a bit of that there. Which is the poison, hidden painting? Right, this is when we learned that he's basically a what's it called? A forger, a forgy. He makes forgeries. A forgist. A forger is the word, but yeah, no, that he's been forging paintings and selling them, and that's been kind of a thing. Red envelope, which contained 2 sheets of paper talking about depositing a bunch of money into a designated account and signing papers. Letterbox, a tiny frame, 2 by 2 inches, and has traces of the poison that killed the guy, and some more portraits, and his autopsy report. Okay. When I arrived at the studio, Sham was at his desk. He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. I thought nothing of it at the time, of course. I think about it. What if he was... Yeah, no. Yeah, I don't know about that. I think I'm gonna press him on this. Alright, let's see if I can do Apollo voice. So he put the letter away when he saw you? Early reporter gets worm, ends quote. That's my secret. I'm not sure I follow. It's the night of the interview. I arrive 15 minutes ahead of schedule. The handle turns, the door opens, and I barge in. Are you sure that's okay to do? I mean, isn't that all unlawful entry, really? Mr. Masham sure seemed to think so. You should have seen him. He crammed his letter into that yellow envelope as fast as he could. I know a secret when I spot one, and that was one. It does seem significant. Well, Mr. Justice, I wonder. Doesn't have the ring of something important. No, I think we do need to add it. The defense finds this testimony vital, Your Honor. Very well. Please add it to the testimony, then. Hey, why not? My account comes free of charge. Yeah, no, because we did not find a yellow envelope. Objection! Yeah, I think, because we found this red one here. We did not find any sort of yellow envelope, so I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about, dude. As it just so happens, there was a single letter in a desk drawer at the scene, in a red envelope. What? Oh my god. That was, like, horrifying. Prosecutor Gavin. Yes? Was a yellow envelope at the scene found at the scene of the crime? Unfortunately, no. But hair forehead. It's easy to mistake the color of an envelope. I guess. But not this envelope. I keep wanting to say envelope. Should I say envelope or envelope? I don't know. You see, it was postmarked already. 7 years ago. Well, Mr. Brushel, I can explain that. Drew, right? He wanted to get that letter in the envelope pronto. Get out of sight of my beady eyes, right? So I grabbed the nearest envelope and crammed away. What about the whole red and yellow envelope contradiction, chump? Well, Mr. Justice, have you anything to say to the witness's claim? That night, the victim put a letter he had been writing in a red envelope. So, like, his argument is that he stuffed it into just whatever envelope that he could find to get it away from the journalist. Oh, it just shows the... okay. Wait, no, hold on. No, I don't... no. That's impossible. Ah, I like your expression. So full of confidence. It's simple, really. As it just so happens, the defense team investigated the contents of this envelope with the assistance of a forensic scientist. What? Note that this letter is addressed to Drew Masham. Oh? Why would he address a letter to himself? Let alone send a suicide note to himself. I've been scooped! Order, order, order! Mr. Brushel, can you explain this to the court? Oh, my. How could I have forgotten? I suppose this happens to the best of us. Reporter gets old, forgets a lot, said quote. I'm still waiting for an explanation, Mr. Brushel. Well, that's the thing, see? After he put his letter in that envelope, Mr. Masham sat there searching his desk drawer for something. His desk drawer? Yes. A stamp, a so-called postage stamp, end quote. A stamp? Whatever for? Well, to mail his letter, what else? And NYS, I think I saw him put it in his letterbox. Yes, it was a yellow envelope. He put it in that box. Well, apparently this yellow letter has nothing to do with the case. Oh, how I wish it did. Just think if that were a suicide note. What a story. Star writes suicide note in front of reporter. Falls, end quote. As I was saying, that has nothing to do with this case. That said, yes, Your Honor? Makes me wonder about the contents of that red envelope. Yeah, no. Some sort of crazy money dealings. $100,000 is quite a good deal of money. I mean, I wish I had $100,000. Oh, Barocha chat. So this was from 7 years ago, yeah? So, am I finished? Here, I mean, am I finished here? I was thinking of, you know, going home to start writing. I hate to state what should be pretty obvious to anyone, but when you catch the scent of a story, you make that, rather unique face. Come on! Attorney has active imagination, little else, end quote. Even I noticed something, and my eyes aren't what they used to be. You know, I'm starting to understand what all this perceiving stuff is about. Judge his active imagination, end quote. Please continue with your testimony. Tell us about the scent of a story. Hey, I'm the one asking the questions here. Usually. Actually, it took a bit of work to get a thumbs up on the interview. Reporter leverages story, gets his interview, end quote. The story concerned a certain case from 7 years ago. That red envelope probably had something to do with it. Say what you will, but Drew's talent was without compare. That was a lot of nothing. So you threatened to go to press with this story. But that's how you got your interview? Blackmail? Well, yes. I mean, no. Yeah, it wasn't exactly I mean, I'm not, Something wrong, Mr. Brushel? Well, look, this is my story, my tidbit. Journalist info is livelihood, end quote. I see. While you have me chatting away in here, what's going on out there? What if some Wally Wordsworth or Sally Scooper gets wind of my story? They could be going to press, so I'm going to waste. The court feels your pain, Mr. Brushel. Mr. Justice, let's pick up the pace. A certain case 7 years ago. Wait, 7 years ago? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and my little things, thinging. Horror leverages story, yeah, no. Certain case from 7 years ago. Red envelope probably had something to do with it. Well, the case, well, like, so basically... A certain case from 7 years ago. Yeah, but we know that or at least we generally have the hunch that it's like, I want to say it's like the case that like Phoenix got into, where it's like they had like the faulty like evidence or whatever, or like the fake evidence, forged evidence, because that's what this seems to be kind of leading to. So like we already know what that would be. I think it's either the third one or the fifth one. It's like he kind of does this, right? He kind of does like that kind of motion. Which definitely doesn't scream confidence. I don't know. I'll look on the fifth one, I think. Because, like, I think that he knows about the... I think the idea is that he got... his scoop is his, like, blackmailing stuff. Yeah, nothing on the head, nothing on the eyes. I don't know, is there anything? Oh! Oh, ew. Okay. Okay. Cool. sweat much, Mr. Brushel? Yeah, well, a man can't help his glands, you know? It's more than that. When Mr. Misham's talent was mentioned, he suddenly began to sweat buckets. You're hiding something about his talent. What? That's ridiculous. Evidence time. Show where Mr. Misham's true talent lay. It just so happens I have evidence showing the talent mentioned in that letter. That doesn't... I think you have to, we have to show that he's like a forgist. A forginarium, you know. And, I feel like the idea would be to show this, but I feel like that doesn't really... Like, I hate to say it, I think the hidden painting probably does more for us. Because, like, that painting's actually, like, stolen, and we can kind of, like, trace it back, I'm sure. I mean, we'll try it. This painting was found in Mr. Misham's studio. There are two problems with this painting. The first is it wasn't painted by Mr. Misham. Yeah, that too. The second is that there was another painting in the studio, which looked exactly like this one, except it was only half done. Then we have a letter discussing a payment of $100,000, which suggests a certain business operation. The business of making forgeries. Ow! What? That's a heck of a frame. That is all, Your Honor. Whoa. Everyone, please, everyone. Can we keep this private, please? This is my story, my scoop. Forgery. That is a serious crime. Drew Misham is known as an artist these days, but there were rumors he dabbled in another kind of art until a few years back. Another art, meaning forgery? Drew Misham was talented, all right. Talented at making precise, detailed fakes. The fact that certain criminal elements were quick to discover. Criminal elements? What? You can't be seriously talking about... Exactly. I'm talking about forging evidence. Rumors started circulating 7 years ago. 7 years ago? So are we to understand that this letter, this payment of $100,000 was for... Exactly. Forged evidence nets tidy profit, end quote. Oh, yeah. Order! Why, it's like our victim was living a double life. Uh-huh. This is my chance. So the victim had ties to the criminal world, right? He could have had plenty of enemies we know nothing about. This is my first time hearing of this criminal world. We certainly found no criminal connections when we conducted our investigation. But how do you explain all this money? You have to admit there's a possibility of some illegal activity here. But there's no proof tying this letter to our case. Our case was and remains simple from the beginning. Only the defendant could have poisoned that mug that night. And you, of course. Hey! The only thing I poison is my pen when I'm writing reviews. Mr. Brushel, your testimony to this point has been quite unreliable. It doesn't speak well of your reporting acumen. What are you talking about? My journalism's rock solid. Journalism's so solid you could stand an elephant on it, end quote. In any case, let's hear a summarized recap of your testimony. If we can ascertain the situation in that studio from the recap, the trial is over. Apollo, what is he talking about? Cross-examination showed Mr. Brushel didn't have reason or means to poison him. As long as there are no other suspects, then the killer had to be Vera. That's why. This next testimony is our last chance. Mr. Brushel, your testimony, please. The only other person in the studio that night was the defendant. It was Vera who poured the coffee. She's admitted as much herself. The only thing that touched Drew's lips during the interview was that mug. Nothing left that studio after he died. Nothing. Clearly, the only one who could have poisoned him was his daughter. But what about the whole deal about the letter that... Okay. A nice testimony. Clear, succinct, and without room for doubt. Oh, shucks. You really think so? I believe this clarifies the situation that night. Very well, Mr. Justice, you may begin your final cross-examination. Right. I still have one trump card left to play. I won't let this trial end until I use it. Okay. It's Vera who poured the coffee. The only thing that touched Drew's lips during the interview was that mug. Okay. But now, wasn't he on some kind of nonsense about, like, an envelope, though? Why don't we press him on it first, and then we'll figure it out. Not one thing? You sure? Yep, sure it can be. Well, with one exception. One exception? What? Journalist Spark Brushel does interview, leaves studio, end quote. Ah, come on. It's a joke, get it? Not funny, I know, but still. Did something leave the studio that night? Does it sound familiar? Where have I heard something like that before? Yeah, I think it is like the mailbox or... Now that we've proven our witness is a comedian of sorts, I'd like to turn to our defense attorney before returning to the testimony. Have any idea what, if anything, might have left the studio that night? Yeah, no, I have an idea. I think one thing might very well have left the studio that night, actually. A certain something that has vanished from the crime scene. By which you mean... something other than our witness? Of course. Ah, don't tell me. Vera Misham? Believe me, any comic relief I may provide is entirely unintentional. Now let's see what you've got for us, Mr. Justice. Well, the thing wasn't at the scene of the crime, so I can't show it to you, but I do have evidence that shows how it could have been taken from the scene. Yeah, no. This is the only link between that studio and the outside world. Oh, letterbox? What did Mr. Brushel just tell us? When he entered the studio on the night of the murder, the victim had just finished writing a letter. Yeah, I said that, and yeah, it was true. Furthermore, you went on to tell us that he put the letter in a yellow envelope and put it in the letterbox. Ah, but that very same letterbox was empty. In other words, that night the yellow envelope disappeared. Ah, yes, intriguing. So an envelope has disappeared from the scene of the crime. Of course, this changes nothing. Uh-huh. He has a point, Mr. Justice. What we're trying to figure out here is how the poison got into Mr. Bashab. Is it really important that this envelope has what the witness says he saw disappeared? Well, if it did disappear, then something did leave the studio that night. That seems very important to me. Very well, then. The witness will add this to his testimony. You got it. I still think this fails to change anything, Hair Forehead. I wouldn't be so sure. The letter disappeared from the crime scene that night. This is exactly the opening I've been looking for. Okay, well that's interesting. I'm not sure... Yeah, it's kind of tough to press. I guess if it's, like, important, like, sure. Oh, right, we still have that... Hold on. Yeah, it seems as though the deal is to kind of press and then use evidence to kind of force them to expand it. I'll like start pressing some other stuff just to see if maybe this can do us a bit more. Like, see if I can have a clear idea of what to do with that. You sure about that? Well, to be really, really precise, I was busy gobbling mint candies the whole time. One of those candies might have been poisoned. Yet, at the time of the autopsy, no fresh fragrance of mint filled the room. And no mint residue was found. It's a long shot anyway. Don't tell me you're still trying to prove this. You think the victim ate, drank, or otherwise ingested something other than coffee? Well, Mr. Justice, you have some proof. Possibility's there, I can feel it. Just maybe not prove it. Not yet. Impossibility isn't going to cut it. Not now. Mr. Bisham ingested that poison via a route other than that coffee. Well, we'll try it. Proof is possible. Here goes nothing. You do understand what we need, yeah? Proof, Hair Forehead, not possibilities. Of course. Prosecutor Gavin, I hope you understand. I'm ready to give you that proof. Well, what did you say? I have proof of the disappearing envelope. I saw him writing a letter, I did. Which was picked up by the mailman, I assume? Of course, which means that envelope had a stamp on it. A stamp. Ah, as we all know, stamps come with dried glue on the back. In order to use the glue, you have to wet it. By licking the stamp. Yeah, there we go. No one worth talking to actually licks stamps in this day and age. Even if you wanted to talk to him, you couldn't. He's dead after all. Okay, so he licked the stamp. But wait, how does that explain the atroquinine on the rim of the coffee mug? If he licked the back of a poisoned stamp, the poison would get on his tongue, yes? What would then happen if he put the coffee mug to his mouth, Those traces on the mug weren't the killer's doing. It was the other way around. What? The coffee mug didn't poison Mr. Misham. Mr. Misham poisoned the coffee mug himself. Ooh. Okay, I see the angle. Order. But that doesn't... Does it? Recall, if you would. Atroquinine is a slow-acting poison, yes? The poison entered his body when he put the stamp on that envelope. But his time wasn't up until the very moment he touched his lips to that cup of joe. Oh, okay. I see the idea. I guess. Yeah, no, I get it. This guy. You have something to add, Mr. Brushel? Uh-oh. Nose is picking up another scent. As I believe I mentioned earlier... Well, that's the thing, see? After he put his letter in that envelope, Mr. Misham sat there searching his desk drawer for something. Ah, yes, a stamp, a so-called postage stamp, end quote. But you know, I don't seem to remember him ever finding one. Maybe he'd just run out. Incidentally, we searched the desk drawer at the scene of the crime. There were no stamps. Not a single one. It does pose a problem. How will you prove that the stamp was coated with poison? Actually, I'm glad no other stamps were found. makes proving the stamp he used was poison possible. Good show, good show. You can't even prove there was a stamp at the scene in the first place. Well, let's hear what the defense has to say anyway. Where's your evidence that proves the existence of this poison stamp? I think it might actually be this frame. I think. Because it's like, I'm not sure if stamps would be like 2 inches by 2 inches, but I think that's like an idea, I think. Well, that certainly is a cute little frame. And by little, I mean really little. It was on the victim's desk, Your Honor. Quite empty, as you can see for yourself. I noticed that too during my inspection. So what? Apparently you weren't as observant as you should have been. You see, when you saw this frame, it was missing something quite important. Missing something? Yes, a pale bluish stain on the inside of the frame. Atroquinine residue. What? Why wasn't I told about this? The frame is only 2 inches square. The face of the frame is even smaller. Maybe an inch wide at most. You aren't saying... Oh, but I am. Tell me, what fits in such a small frame? A commemorative stamp, perhaps? Whoa, okay. Order, order, order! The poison stamp was in this frame? Impossible. Prosecutor Gavin, why would he put something like that on his desk? Don't tell me he had it there so he could commit suicide if the mood struck. You know, can I say something? I had a thought, see? What, Mr. Brushel? And please stop jittering around like that. The victim was a forger, right? There's a lot of money in that line of work. Forger forges friends, makes enemies too, end quote. So the poison stamp might have been a murder weapon aimed at him? Oh, rich. That's rich. Leave the ridiculous flights of fancy to the Gaviner's song lyrics, please. Finally, something we agree on. The stamp was a murder weapon? Nonsense. Murder is a simple business. Who would go to such lengths? No one. Oh, I disagree. Come again? Recall, if you would, the victim's reclusive lifestyle. Drew Misham hid from the world. He avoided meetings. His only contact with the outside world was the mail. The mail. The mail. Now, if you wanted to kill someone but couldn't meet, but you knew... Hold on, what? Now, if you wanted to kill someone you couldn't meet, but you knew red letters, a stamp would be the perfect weapon. Ridiculous. Where's your proof? I want proof. Show us evidence that this poison stamp was sent to him as a murder weapon. I not have evidence, per se, but things are finally starting to come together. Well, what is it, Apollo? Your fists are trembling. I think I know what happened. I don't believe it, but I can see it. I think I know how Mr. Misham was killed. Well, fill us in, Mr. Justice. A certain piece of evidence points to the truth, Your Honor. I can show you how someone with the intent to kill sent Mr. Misham the stamp of death. Hold on. Can I, look at this for a second? Oh, enclosed stamp. Okay. Yeah, no. Because it mentions having a stamp in there. Isn't this the envelope? The one from 7 years ago. Think about the text of the letter again. There were 2 pages in the envelope. This is page 1. And this is page 2. I want to draw your attention to one phrase in particular. Send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. The enclosed stamp, Your Honor. Ah. In other words, if I have this straight, the stamp, poison, on the stamp, lick, lick, gasp, end quote. Now, what if he had done exactly as the letter asked? He would sign the document, put it in the envelope, and put the stamp on it, right? Then he would put it in his letterbox. 15 minutes wouldn't have elapsed between affixing the stamp and mailing the letter. But the clock started ticking, and when the time came, he drew his last breath. And the murder weapon would be taken away from the scene. Quite conveniently, thanks to the postal system. Such a splendid imagination you have, Herr Forehead. Let me confirm one thing with you, if I might. So, this poisoned stamp was inside this envelope from 7 years ago. Is that what you'd have us believe? Really? Well, it's a little bit of a stretch, but there's a possibility. Yes, a very small possibility. How small, I wonder? A poison stamp in this envelope? A stamp that then became the murder weapon. How do you intend to prove this seeming coincidence? Well, it was 7 years ago and we don't even know who sent that letter. And your answer is silent. Now you see, very well. I move to... It's not nice to pick on the Fraulein, Clavier. Hey, whoa, it's you. Oh, never mind. Oh, okay. Okay. It's just Emma doing a voice of... Okay, that's funny. Emma. Well, like my Christoph Gavin impression? Did I sound like him? Don't quit your day job. Don't you have a crime scene to be looking after, Fraulein Detective? Someone had to come dig you all out of the mess you're making of this case. Mess? You know, none of this would happen if you just trusted in science a little more. You can find out if that stamp was in that envelope easy. Care to explain yourself, Fraulein Detective? Glare at me all you want, but science is on my side. It's all in the residue, right? That's right. The poison detection spray. Produce the red envelope at once. You can open it on the authority of the court. Ah, nice. Cool. Okay. Spray, 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 spray. Spray, spray. Oh, hello. What are you? Fascinating stuff. Well, would you look at that? No mistaking it. That's atraquinine residue. Whoa. I don't believe it. Murder weapon from the past. Now 7 years later, it bears its fangs at last. Nice rhyme. Absolutely outrageous. Tell me why. Why didn't this murder take place 7 years ago? Well, there's one possibility. Maybe Mr. Masham figured it out. Figured what out? He realized that the person who sent that letter wanted him dead. So he sent his reply with a different stamp. And put his decisive evidence in a frame. Hold it! You're still here? Can I make a statement here? On the record? I, Spark Razortooth Brushel, claim this scoop as mine. Drew Misham killed in cold blood. By sender of 7-year-old letter, end quote. No, maybe something more succinct. Star falls after 7-year delay, end quote. Get this guy out of here. Order, order, order. You see no room for further argument here, though I admit this is all coming as quite a shock. To think that the murder weapon reached his mouth after 7 years. Stamp his ticket straight to afterlife, end quote. Uh-oh. I think the witness is a bad influence on our judge. No kidding. I see no need for further debate on this matter. The sender of that letter 7 years ago could hardly have been our defendant. Apollo. I think we just won. Very well. This court finds the defendant... Oh. He's fighting. Is this the bright future of our legal system? Prosecutor Gavin? A ticket to the afterlife from 7 years ago? Tickets for Gaviner's shows are invalid after 2 weeks. But it doesn't make sense any other way. It boggles my mind that so many people haven't noticed this. There's a fatal contradiction in Herr Forehead's claim. A contradiction? A poison stamp was placed in this envelope 7 years ago, whereupon it was framed until now. If that's the case, then why would Drew Misham have done what he did? Emma, explain that. Must have realized it was poison. Therein lies the rub. Yeah, no, if he knew it was poisoned, why did he put the stamp on? You know what I mean? Yeah. 7 years ago, the forger Drew Misham sensed a trap and put the stamp in a frame. I do not debate this. But this begs the question, why 7 years later did he use that stamp on the night of the murder? Surely you don't mean to suggest that Mr. Misham simply forgot. He put the murder weapon in a frame on his desk for 7 years and forgot? You expect us to believe he sprang the trap on himself? While I admit this is all quite shocking myself, it does seem highly unlikely that he would fall afoul of a trap that had been sitting on his desk for 7 years. Apollo? I don't think we're winning anymore. I'm glad to see we're all back in the real world now. Welcome back to reality. We've been waiting for you. Okay, then how do you explain the poison stamp that was in this envelope? The poison stamp? Where exactly is this poisoned stamp again? Have you brought it to court for us? I see no proof that such a thing ever existed. What about the atroquinine residue, huh? Oh, I agree, that does seem to be atroquinine residue. But, Herr Forehead, it's certainly no stamp. Yeah, but even if your precious poison stamp did exist, Drew Misham never would have used it. That is all. Ugh. Yeah, no, he's calling. I believe we've come to a conclusion. Again. Apollo, were we wrong the whole time? I can't believe it. The poison traces match up. It can't be a coincidence. I'd like to bring some closure to this issue. Sometime this year. Mr. Justice? Yes, Your Honor? Let's review the facts and see where we stand. 7 years ago, Drew Misham received a red envelope. There were traces of the poison atroquinine on the document inside that envelope. A similar trace was also found at the crime scene, on this tiny picture frame. The defense has indicated the possibility of a yellow envelope, an envelope that left the scene of the crime with the poison stamp on it. Yes, but even if this envelope contained a poison stamp, and Drew Misham, knowing this, put it in a frame, he never would have used that stamp. I'm afraid you're right. Which means there is a fatal flaw in the defense's case. I haven't been on the wrong track this whole time. I'm sure of it. The traces of atroquinine, the envelope, the frame, and Drew Misham's mysterious death. They're all connected somehow. Well, Mr. Justice, you have a conclusion for us. The defense stands by its case, Your Honor. We've seen that the logical outcome of the evidence makes no sense, which means that one of our clues must be a fake. A fake clue? Fascinating. And if we find this fake, your wild fantasies will prove quite reasonable, yeah? The fake clue that's throwing us off the poison's trail is none other than... I think Drew Misham being a choice is interesting. I don't think the red envelope's a fake. I don't think the frame is a fake, because none of those two would make sense as fakes, though. Because, like, the atroquinine had to come from somewhere. And, yeah, the red envelope, yeah. Because that cuts holes in our main defense. Is it true? Like, I mean, he was like a recluse. Like, nobody knew what he looked like. So maybe, like, that was the deal? That, like, this isn't even, like, the real guy? Or at the very least, it was, like, a guy... Maybe there was, like, two guys? Where it's, like, the guy that got the letter and the guy that died are not the same guy? Maybe it's, like, a pseudonym? Okay. You know... I think I'm gonna choose it, yeah. The victim was a fake clue? I'm afraid I don't understand. I'll explain. We have an envelope, a frame, and a mug, linked by poison. That all makes sense. What doesn't make sense is the victim himself. Oh. Congratulations, you've completely lost me. So the fake evidence is none other than the master of fake himself, the forger? It makes a good story, I'll give you that. Put together, Apollo. Fake clue. Fakes. Forgeries. I know that face. That's the I just had an idea face. I don't know if I'm right, but I'm going with it anyway. What if our forger is the fake? Come again. 7 years ago, our forger sniffed a trap and stepped aside. 7 years passed. Now the forger stumbles into that very same trap and dies. Why? That's what I want to know. Because the forger who was killed was a fake. Here we are again. The victim was a fake. One forger smelled the trap, one forger fell into the trap. That's two forgers, and one of them was a fake. Order! So you're telling us that Drew Misham, the victim, was a fake? Well, if he was a fake, who was the real forger? You better not be claiming there was some kind of switcheroo. I'm afraid you're going to have to back up your story. Mr. Justice, show us just who the real Drew Misham was. If Drew Misham wasn't the real forger, there's only one other person it could have been. It could have been Vera. Because Vera does, like, drawing and, like, has, like, a card and everything. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, I really do think, yeah. Forger Drew Misham was himself a forgery. The real forger was... It would have to be Vera, yeah. There can only be one explanation, really. The real identity of the forger known as Drew Misham is none other than his only daughter, Vera Misham. Ooh. Order! Mr. Justice, this is going out on a limb, even for you. I kinda agree. I mean, Vera, a forger? Let's consider it before you write it off entirely. If you look at the paintings in the studio, one fact becomes quite clear. Forgery had been taking place in that studio for quite some time. The forger wasn't caught in that trap 7 years ago. This can only mean that the one who was caught in the trap wasn't the forger. Well, actually, that does make a certain kind of sense. One more thing. Only 2 sets of fingerprints were found in the forger's studio. Drew Misham's and Vera Misham's. If we know that Drew Misham wasn't the forger, that leaves only one possibility, by process of elimination. The forger was Vera Misham. Well... Oh, man. He's gonna be like, hair forehead. Fascinating. That's all you have to say? Huh. Vera Misham? You've been paying attention to the trial so far. Well, let's just ask her and be done with it, shall we? Who are you? Who is the forger Drew Misham? Was that an expression of emotion I saw on her face? Yeah. She's staring holes into Prosecutor Gavin's face. I'm used to being stared at by Frauleins, believe me. Though they usually talk to me, too. Tell us, were you the one who forged those works of art? Yes. Ah, yeah! So the forger Drew Misham was you? Yes, it was me. Ah, that's a little sad crying face. Whoa. What? What? The court was in an uproar, and it wasn't coming down. We had to break for a 10-minute recess. To be continued. Oh my goodness. Yeah, no, that's a crazy one. Yeah, we'll do like a save here. Okay. I'm gonna take a quick drink here. But yeah, no, what a roller coaster there. Very interesting thing. Yeah, I can't say I was super anticipating that. I'm gonna be real. It being like a stamp and all, and then just like, oh yeah, no, it's not like, you know. Man, you really, I'll give credit to the game. The game definitely, like, the Ace Attorney games do make you kind of think outside of the box. You know, it likes to do this thing where it's like it presents you with like a timeline of events and then asks you, okay, how could it also be something else, right? Like, trying to figure out what that something else could have been is always kind of neat, right? I don't know. It's cool. Yeah, no. Back in the defendant lobby. Okay. So where exactly does this leave us, Apollo? Well, this Drew Misham who was killed wasn't Drew Misham the forger, basically. Huh? Well, then who was he? Well, he was actually... Oh, hey, Vera. Doing her nails. So you really made those forgeries? Well, yes. Her father. I know it was wrong. Could you tell us how it happened? My father was a painter. I loved painting ever since I was a child. One day, Father saw it in me. He saw that I had the talent. The talent for making forgeries? How should I say it? It was not only paintings I made. Given the materials, I could make anything. Anything? Anything, though? Father was so proud, and I so happy. But in the end, I was making those forgeries. I've never had a good constitution nor personality. I know very little of the world outside my door. Now, because of me, Father is... Do you know about this red envelope? I remember that envelope. It was some time ago. So you were already, creating your works back then? I started when I was only 12 years old. So the one who figured out the stamp was poisoned, that was... Mr. Justice! It's time. To the courtroom, please. Hold on. Hold on. started when she was only 12. So the one who figured out the stamp was poison was... Oh. Right. Out of time. Wait, Vera, just one more thing, please. Those 3 paintings in the studio. I painted those as part of my work. Right. See, we checked them out and we saw what was underneath. We saw the rough sketches underneath the 3 finished paintings. Yeah, no, and they reflect her cases. I see. Mr. Justice. Yes? Father, he knew of you. Of both of you. Of both of you. Wait, no, what? What did that say? He knew of you, of both of you. Your late father? He was watching, gathering information. All about the Wright and Company law offices. But lately, we're not doing just law. Yes, you do tricks, gags to amuse, and play piano. Well, they're not really gags. Yet when Father heard you had resumed the legal business, how pleased he was. Who is Mr. Misham? How am I supposed to know? What if he was Daddy's daddy? Judging from the relative age involved, I'd say it's highly unlikely. Things are already confusing enough with all these daddies running around. Oh man, all these daddies running around, man. This is tough out here. We know that the victim's daughter, Vera, was the forger. What does this mean for the case? Guess we're about to find out. Yeah, no, I'm curious too. Court is now back in session. Vera seems pretty tense. She's practically chewing her fingernails clean off. Perhaps you could begin by telling us how it all worked. How did you set up this Drew Misham forger persona? There's that stare again. He's drilling more holes into his head. I know it's hard for you, but hey, he's a handsome guy. What's hard? What are you talking about? Very well, miss. If you would. Did you really make those detestable forgeries? Perhaps you'd rather answer my question. Were you the one who painted that painting? The remarkably similar one. Yes. I painted it, yes. Father praised me quite highly for it. So, he was the one who made the forgeries. Yet, she did not wish to reveal the truth of their operation. So the victim was a stand-in, a decoy. To the world at large, he was the forger, not her. I've done a bad thing. I have, haven't I? Regardless, we need a little more information. About, for instance, this. You have seen this before, yeah? Yes. It was in the desk drawer. Very well. You may proceed with your testimony. Tell us everything you know about this envelope. Okay. Let's see what we get. I created things, and Father sold them. This envelope came after my first work. That was other than a painting. Father handled the deal. All of it. I received the stamp that was in that envelope. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. It was after that job that we moved to the current studio. Huh, okay. I feel like that doesn't give us much to go on. There certainly was much of great interest in your testimony. Not that the witness realized it. Very well. Please begin the cross-examination. Right, okay. Need more information about this forger. This Drew Misham. Yeah, we need more info from her. And we don't really have evidence to really prove a contradiction. Or, like, it's more like her testimony doesn't give us much to contradict. So I think we're gonna press a bit. So these things you were making, you mean paintings identical to other paintings, right? The closer they were, the happier Father was. I was happy too. Still, you're quite young now. When did you begin this work? My first painting sold when I was 12. Your Honor, she had no idea what she was doing was illegal. Easy there, little attorney. You're not here to defend her for the crime of forgery. True. Please, tell us more about this envelope. This envelope that may very well have killed your father. All right. Okay, not really. I feel like that didn't really get us anywhere. By other than a painting, you mean? You'd only done paintings up to that point? Yes. But Father had a realization. He noticed my talent extended to making things other than paintings. For instance? For instance, a letter someone had written, or a fingerprint left upon a cup, or a signature on a document, a seal upon a letter. None of this makes her sound very innocent at all. And the $100,000 promised in this letter was the start. The beginning of a new industry for Drew Misham. A new industry? The creation of items to be used in criminal proceedings. Forging evidence, in other words. Uh-oh. Father handled the deal, all of it. I feel like that isn't really, like, illustrative of anything. I'll come back to it, I think. Yeah, why don't you tell us about the stamp a bit? What do you mean you received it? Did I do something wrong? You didn't use that stamp because it was dangerous, correct? Deadly poison on the back? Atroquinine? You're badgering the witness, Apollo. A moment, Herr Forehead. You can't force an answer upon the witness. Now then, perhaps you would tell me, Fraulein Vera, why did you receive this stamp? Is something wrong? It was beautiful. Ah, you mean it was one of those commemorative stamps? Yes, I think it was. So, you didn't know about the poison? Uh-oh. I guess not. Yeah, that's, That feels like, well, I don't know. Does that feel like a problem? Well, I don't think that necessarily contradicts the frame, right? Because, like, what do you do with like, I feel like maybe she framed it because she thought it was pretty. It's like, her access to the outside world is extremely limited. So, like, yeah, why not just, you know... Why not just, what's the word? Why not put it in a frame, right? Like, sure. I get the idea. You know, she didn't know that, you know, it was poison, but it does explain how it would end up in the frame, at the very least. So the trap failed by chance, by mistake, thanks to this commemorative stamp. Quite the close call. It was after that job that we moved to the current studio. Okay, do you have anything that's a bit more descriptive than that? You mean you moved to where the current Drew studio is? Yes. We saw very few people there. I began drawing picture books. This single job had tied him to the criminal underworld. I think Mr. Misham wished to reduce their visibility in the world at large. Well, we had to meet someone for some reason. Father posed as the creator of the work. So that was the real essence of the artist Drew Misham. You did the work and he supplied the face. So, you really didn't know anything, did you? You had no idea how much danger you were in. Apparently not. About this commemorative stamp. Could you tell us more about it? It was very pretty. And more than that. Yes? It was a picture of people I liked at the time. This is something new. Okay, interesting. Apparently, we've got some cross-examination yet ahead of us. If you would be so kind as to continue your testimony, Fraulein. The stamp was a picture of my favorite magicians. Oh, wait a second. You mean the Grimaries? Objection! Those magicians you liked. Was it this bunch? Hey, there we go. Apollo. They're not a bunch. I see. Still, I have to wonder. Why include a commemorative stamp like that in a business letter? Good question. Well, pretty stamps are always better, and you can't beat Troop Grimary. Yeah, hold on. Is this how the magicians get roped into this? But the whole murder plan was a failure because of it. Ironic, don't you think? Prosecutor Gavin. Ooh, he's sweating. Prosecutor Gavin. Grimary. What's with Gavin? Yeah, what is with Gavin? Might I ask just one question of this witness? In your testimony just now, you stated this was your first work that was other than a painting. Please, tell me, what exactly did you make? Oh. Can I ask why? Oh. No. Answer the question. Now. Gavin, you're scaring her. Prosecutor Gavin, you're usually not the one whose volume concerns me. Yes, it is unbecoming of me. I apologize. But I must know. Please, Miss Misham, tell me. It was a book. A single page. In a book. A book? Please be more specific. It was a handwritten book. Like a diary? Ooh. No! I don't... No! God. Oh. Uh-oh. You okay, Gavin? What's wrong with Prosecutor Gavin? He looks like he just saw a ghost. Miss Misham, this book. Was there a picture of a silk hat on the back cover? Yes or no? How did you know? Prosecutor Gavin, the defendant is answering all of your questions. Stop badgering her. He's told you nothing, has he? Your soiled, sullied mentor? Nothing? Sullied who? Phoenix Wright. Who else? Daddy? He never told you about the trial 7 years ago? About how he came to lose his attorney's badge? It was a certain piece of evidence that decided his fate, you know. A certain diary. On the back it bore the mark of a silk hat. What? Ooh, alright. Phoenix Wright tossed out of the profession by false evidence. The forger who made that evidence. Is this girl standing right in front of me? Vera, you must tell us. The evidence you made was used in a trial 7 years ago. Who asked Drew Misham you to forge that evidence? For all of our sakes, who was it? Whoa, this is getting kind of out of hand. We only met once. You met the client? Well, who was it? It was, oh man. I'm like, oh. What's going on with Vera? She's staring at Prosecutor Gavin's face again. Oh! It was his brother that ordered it. Okay, yeah. Yes, what? Is there something about me? I remember clearly. I remember who gave me the book, the diary. Who was it? Vera! Oh, she passed out! The devil. Ooh. Wow. Apollo's mentor must have been a real piece of work. Defendant Vera Misham. Condition, unconscious. Examiner's diagnosis, acute atroquinine poisoning. Oh. Is she gonna be okay? This ends the recording of the trial for the murder of Drew Misham. Vera Misham was, during the trial, poisoned by an unknown assailant. The dosage was just under the lethal amount, sparing the defendant's life. He is currently in intensive care and is not to be disturbed for any reason. A very simple case, at first glance, until it finally began to show its true colors. The long road to the truth takes us to the record of another trial. Hi, Phoenix. Good to see you again. In some ways, that was the starting point of it all. Oh my god. Is that how he used to look? That's crazy. And that is where we must go. Oh, look at her. To find the whole truth. To be continued. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Save completed. What a crazy. Man. 7 year trial 7 years ago. Trial 7 years ago. Wow. Man, What a ride, man. I kind of wonder if her nail polish was poisoning her. I wonder if that was the deal. Like someone slipped it into her nail polish or something. That'd be my kind of guess. Just because it kept like calling attention to it, and we never really had to use it during the case. So like I think that was probably the vector, I would assume. Like she put the nail polish on her nails. She like bit her nails because she was like nervous or whatever. You know, because you know she's anxious. Yeah, I'm gonna get like another drink real quick because man, doing funny voices. Okay. All right, chat. Let us proceed. Showdown time. Ooh. I lost. It's only a game of poker. Game I've played for a long time. And only lost twice. Who was the first? The man I killed, of course. Ooh. Well, it seems I found the partner I've been looking for all along. Over a game of cards? Why, yes. Over a game of cards. Wow, very cool. That was how we first met. 7 years ago. "7 years earlier, Phoenix Wright's final trial. Until later games." Baby. Phew. Oh, it's using the old music too. Man. Phew. Okay. It's been a long time since I felt like such a rookie. Gotta try and relax. Good morning, Mr. Egnimar. I'm sorry to have sprung this on you so suddenly. I received the files from your previous attorney only yesterday. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure I'm prepared. I understand. I'm asking the impossible of you. Yes, well, you haven't really told me what happened yet. All we did was play cards. And that was enough. Actually, it wasn't. Trust me. I'm curious. Oh, okay. We have a crime scene photo. Oh, okay, so... Okay. There's a lot going on. We have, like, an open kind of pocketbook bag sort of deal. We have a syringe. We have a old-timey pistol. We have a dude with a bullet through his head. We have a clown with a bullet through his head. And we have some sort of journal with a page ripped out. Okay. Cause of death, single gunshot to the head. Estimated time of death. Okay. So we have Shady Enigmar. Man. Okay. Magnifique Grumari. Shady Enigmar. Used to go by a stage mate named Zach Grumari. God. Oh, man. Actually, it wasn't. Trust me. Hey, kid. Hi. Oh. Morning, Daddy. I'm so glad you came. You okay, Daddy? They picking on you? I'm fine, as always. This old boy is here to help me, after all. That's young man to you. Good morning. That's a cute outfit you have on. Thanks. My first show's today, after all. Oh, I'm sure it is. What the heck is she talking about? Oh, old boy. Huh? Me? Look what he started. Here. It seems fate's clock will make me wait a little longer. At least only less than 10 swift minutes remain. To all those who have supported me in my life's work, I give thanks. Farewell. What's this? I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. So why isn't all question marks but the kid's talking? They said it was really important. Oh, or maybe it was supposed to be the kid. I don't know. We didn't really... Okay. Oh, yeah, okay. Alright. Don't mind me. Brain don't work. Oh, old boy. Here. I don't know, I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. They said it was really important. What's this? A memo for you or some such? Not from the looks of it. What is this? Looks like a page from someone's diary. I'll give it a read later. Well, how do you feel about the trial today? We'll get through it. Somehow. Incidentally, the prosecutor today is a new guy, I hear. Ah. An easy win, then, yes? They're calling him a true thoroughbred in the history of the prosecutor's office. Of course, there's one of those every year. The switching of attorneys just before the trial. I know it is a difficult situation I put you in. But allow me to say one thing, Mr. Wright. Yes? They will not be able to pronounce me guilty today. So, do your best, but do not worry. First time a defendant's ever given me a pep speech. I'll do what I can. I see you do not understand. You see, it will be impossible for them to declare a verdict. Impossible? Yes. Isn't that right, Trucy? Yep. You bet, Daddy. My first look at the case was only yesterday, and the information I was given was a tad bit lacking, to be honest. Still, I'll do what I can. For their sake. I believe the curtains will be lifting any time now. I'm in your capable hands, Mr. Wright. My client is Shady Enigmar, known to the world as Zach Grimari, a wildly popular magician, star of Troupe Grimari. His mentor, Magnifi Grimari, was a rare breed of magician. He single-handedly ushered in a golden age of stage magic, until he was shot dead. And Zach Grimari is the suspect. April 19th. Court is now in session for the trial of Shady Enigmar. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Is the prosecution ready? I was just thinking. Is this what all the fuss is about? Bit of a buzzkill, really. A buzzkill? Is this some new kind of crime? One of the worst. This is a trial, yeah? Where are the sweaty palms, the pounding hearts? A Gaviner's concert's got 10 times the thrill this gig's got. Oh, yeah, okay, so this is... Oh, okay. Who were you again? Clavier. Clavier Gavin. I came to get the party started. Legally, yeah? Gavin? Defense attorney Christoph Gavins. Figures my bro's more famous in this part of town. Clavier Gavin. Lead singer for the mega hit band The Gaviners. You're out of your league, rock boy. I know what you're thinking. You're out of your league, rock boy. Oh, he did the JoJo Part 2 thing. True. My debut single, 13 Years Hard Time for Love, went platinum overnight. But that's just a hobby to me. Compared to this, yeah? Talkative, aren't you? I like your affected Euro rock accent, by the way. I'm just getting warmed up. Hair Attorney Wright. Perhaps you would be so kind as to fill us in on the case. Achtung, baby. Time to call on the opening act. What was his name again? Yes, Detective Gumshoe. Hey, Detective Gumshoe! We love that screw-up. Hit it. Yes, Detective Gumshoe, look at him. And you are? Hey, you're the one who called me up here, sir. Name's Dick Gumshoe. I'm a homicide detective down at the precinct. Detective Gumshoe. Long time no see. Hey, you! Me? Today's the day, pal. Today, I win and you lose. I got confidence in my testimony today, see? What, you normally lack confidence in your testimony? Herr Detective, this is my stage. Can we end it? Huh? all this hey-youing and such. And I could care less about your history together. Oh, Gumshoe. Very well. Detective Gumshoe, if you would, please tell us about the case at hand. It happened 6 days back in a room at the General Hospital. The facts are as simple as they come. Here's the crime scene. The victim was a patient asleep in a hospital bed. The killer comes in, puts a pistol to his forehead, and bam, lights out. Them's the facts. Yeah. Not so long ago, the victim, Magnifique Grimeri, was a famous man. Oh, look at that. He had the entire country under his magic spell, as it were. Ah, yes. The great magician. He retired years ago, though. Say the name Magnifique to one of my generation, and you'd be lucky to get a blank stare. Yes, though I'm sure the youngsters today know his disciples even better. I dare say Troupe Grimeri has made quite a name for themselves. Anyhow, the retired Magnifique's been in the hospital for the last year. What was it? Mall ignorant tutor or something. Uh-oh. He had a malignant tumor? Oh, God. Did he have cancer? Doing something to his liver, I think. Yeah. Oh, so he was, like, dying. Yeah, no. If it's a malignant tumor in his liver, I think that's... Yeah, no, that's rough. A malignant tumor, perhaps? In other words, he had liver cancer. Yeah, no, okay. So, yeah, I picked up on that. He had only 3 months left to live, in fact. Oh, that's sad. So he had 3 months, so the doctors gave him a prognosis of 3 months, and somebody took that away from him. That's... Man. The facts do seem simple enough, but something's not right. The victim was already climbing a 3-month stairway to heaven. Why not wait for him to knock, knock, knock on heaven's door? Why shoot him? This guy. I wouldn't have put it quite so lyrically, but it's true. Why make the effort to commit murder when the victim was about to die? Incidentally, the victim had a serious case of diabetes. Diabetes? Oh, God. In fact, he was about to shoot up with insulin. When he was shot with a pistol, the syringe was found at the crime scene. Yeah, okay, so that's what the syringe was for. Okay. Yeah, alright. Huh. Chronic diabetes and cancer. As much as it pains me to say it, the victim was clearly at the end of his life. Used for administering insulin shot. Has been washed and shows no signs of use. I believe the question before us is clear then. Why did the killer have to shoot this dying man? What reason could he have had? Very well, detective. But perhaps you can enlighten us as to the circumstances of the shooting. Yes, sir. Yeah, I got it. Now, Mr. Gumshoe. Actually, the victim kind of ordered the defendant to do him in. A few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. Oh. The defendant did what was asked of him and shot the old man in the forehead. I feel like, I'll be real, I feel like there are, like, easier ways to do that. Right? Like, I don't know, he has, like, the thing of saline, just, okay. Wonderful. Anyway. The bullet was fired from the pistol found at the scene, no doubt about it. And the pistol definitely belonged to the old man, sir. What? You're saying the victim ordered his own shooting? Those are the facts. I have here the letter in question. To my beloved student, Zach. Oh, okay, well. Okay, I'm checking the court record real quick. Magnifique Grimari, 67. Yeah, no. Yeah, no signs of usage. I've always hated getting shots. I guess Magnifique was giving himself the insulin shots. There's no way I could do that. Ugh. Wait, if Magnifique used this to inject his insulin, why are there no traces of it having been used? Something to keep in mind. Yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm kind of curious if maybe they'd argue that he was shot before he got his... He was shot in the head before he got his shot of insulin. Maybe. My beloved student, Zach, to you I entrust the task of lowering my life's curtain. Come on the 13th, 11:05. I will ready a gun with which you will shoot one shot square in the forehead. You cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. That's crazy. But, like, I'm sure... On one hand, it's like, I'm sure that a gun is not, like, the the easiest way to do that. But in the same token, they are, like, magicians, so maybe they have sort of a sense of theatricality to them. I don't know. Very unusual indeed. Although, could such a thing as a letter really cause one to pull a trigger, I wonder? I believe the answer to that question can be found at the end of the letter. Ah. Cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Detective Gumshoe, you explain this to the court? Unfortunately, even the defendant won't say a peep about that bit, sir. One thing bothers me about this. Why didn't he just say 11? Why have him come at 11:05 without some specific reason? The devil is in the details, Herr Attorney. Well, was there some reason? As it turns out, there was. Every night for a half hour, starting at 11 o'clock, the victim, Magnifique Grimari, was given an IV. An IV? Yeah, I see it. There it is, in the picture, off to the side of the bed. At 11 o'clock, a Hold on, was that actually... Oh, there it is in the picture, off to the side of the bed. Is the judge saying that? Would come set up an IV. 30 minutes later, he would come back for the empty bag. This happened every night without fail. That was the only time they could meet without the chance of an untimely interruption. During his IV... Whatever. Very well. Shall we begin? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you would. What's this reason he couldn't refuse, I wonder? He could have at least mentioned it to me. Actually, the victim kind of ordered the defendant to do him in. Okay. A letter ordering his own money. See, the thing about it is, like... Shot him in the forehead. Yeah, my only thing... Is there, like, an exit wound on this guy? I don't know. I'm pressing this. How can you be so sure? Hey, you gotta learn to stop relying on people to do your thinking for you, pal. Learn to think for yourself. Get that noggin cranking. You failed to grasp the concept of questioning, detective. First, we got this letter. It says, shoot in the forehead, loud and clear. I can see that, but I still wouldn't do it. Well, maybe you need to grow yourself a backbone, pal. You failed to grasp the concept of shooting people as bad, detective. Well, he is a cop, so... Badoots. We also found the defendant's pistol at the scene. Traces of gunpowder residue shows that it had been fired recently. Well, Mr. Wright, as far as I can tell from looking at this photo, there seems to be no issue with the prosecution's claim. The photo. Maybe there's something in there that I can use. They're saying the defendant shot the victim in the forehead. I think there's a hole in the prosecution's argument. Clearly, Mr. Enigmar. Maybe he shot something else. Looking at this photo, another possibility occurs to me. Yes? What does the letter tell us? That the defendant had a reason he couldn't refuse his teacher's wishes. Bingo, pal. That's why the defendant popped him one in the forehead. Oh? The defense disagrees. You see, the defendant had another choice he could make. What? And you can prove that with this photo? Yeah. I can prove he had a choice, yes. The defendant might have fired like he was ordered. He didn't shoot the victim's forehead. Well, let's hear what you're thinking, Mr. Wright. If he didn't shoot the victim's forehead, what did the defendant shoot? Clown. The clown doll? Take a closer look. See? It's been shot in the forehead, too. Ah! There's a hole in his forehead. Yes, and a hole in the prosecution's claim. Huh. And I suppose you have a reason as to why he'd shoot the clown doll? He didn't just shoot the doll. He shot the doll's forehead. His forehead? Ah! Let's read the orders once more, shall we? You will shoot one shot square in the forehead, which is exactly what he did. He shot the clown doll square in the forehead. It's kind of weird, I'm not gonna lie. The defense has raised an intriguing possibility. That hole in the clown's forehead definitely looks like it was shot. Bailiff, send someone to investigate this matter. I admit I'm impressed, but I expected nothing less. Still, this doesn't mean he didn't shoot the victim. Perhaps he did have to shoot a forehead as ordered, but the letter says nothing about whose forehead. This is the only way he had to follow his orders without taking a life. The bullet hole in the clown doll's forehead does demand an explanation. Might very well be a clue. Yet Prosecutor Gavin is right. It alone does not prove the defendant's innocence. Cannot say for sure the defendant didn't shoot the victim. So sorry, Mr. Wright. How sad it is to see the mighty fall. How sad it is to see the novice's overconfidence. He doesn't realize just how big this little hole is going to get. Detective Gumshoe, please take this newfound fact into account as you continue your testimony. So what if he shot the clown? He still shot the victim, pal. Okay. I feel like that doesn't really do us much. Yeah, I think the idea is going to be to press on some of these, like, oh, yeah, no doubt about it. Yeah, no doubt. Because we don't really have much in terms of stuff. We'll press. You mean this pistol? The one in the crime scene photo? That's the one. It's a funny-looking gun, so there's no mistaking it. We compared the bullet taken from the victim's skull with the bullet fired from this gun. The rifling marks on the bullets were a perfect match. So, you verified the murder weapon, in other words? You bet we did. I'm gonna press this. Why are you so certain? What pile of sand has your head been stuck in all this time, pal? You never heard of Zack and Valent's quick draw shoot 'em? Huh? What's that? What are the defendant's specialties? Zack and Valent stand on either side of a girl. Then they shoot. But the bullets don't hit her. Instead, they hit everything else on stage. This is one of the pistols they used in their show. Got a great design, huh? The kids love it. Many boys and girls join the police because of that pistol, I hear. You know, that would explain a lot about the police force. Troop Grumari stopped doing that act a while ago. The old man held on to that pistol ever since. The court would like to see the pistol in question. Would like to see the pistol in question. You got it, sir. Here she is. Well, this truly is a blast from the past. It's a stage pistol for magic shows, see? It can fire real bullets. Looks so much bigger in real life than on TV. Oh, man. Don't we all? Yeah, but it can only hold one round. By the way, the pistol's firing chamber is empty. And it shows traces of having been fired recently. So, were any fingerprints found on the gun? Unfortunately, no. Of course, the defendant is known for wearing gloves. We might say that a lack of fingerprints is, in fact, a fingerprint of its own. Aha! Intriguing point. Well made. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Not well made, not intriguing. In any case, the court accepts this evidence. Fires one real bullet. Barrel marks match bullet found in victim. My grandchild would get a kick out of seeing this. Yeah, no, let me take a look. We got a gun. Okay, so that's like the loading... Okay, so it seems to be kind of like a breech loading deal. It's got like this nice, If you look closely, you can see how the pistol's made to bend here. It's a one-shot only model, and I guess this bend is where you load it. So this is the famous Gramarye Golden Gun. They say kids used to love pretending they had one of these. Really? I wonder if they pretended to miss their targets, too. No. Yeah, no, it seems to be like a breech loading kind of deal. Where, like, this is like the hinge, and then it just sort of, like, hinges open, and then you load it. And then you... Yeah, okay. Let's look down the barrel of this gun. Okay. Interesting, nothing really on it. But now it's time to return to our testimony. So what if you shot the clown? I don't know if I really believe that. Like, because the thing is that, like, we have one shot and two holes. And if there's no, like, exit wound, like... Well, also, like, the angle is all weird. I mean, unless he shot him while he was like that. But even then, I feel like the angle would be wrong. Like... Yeah, no, I'm not convinced. The trickiest cases often seem the simplest. Prosecutor Gavin, you missed the bullet hole in the clown's forehead. If you hadn't missed that, you might have come to a very different conclusion. Understand? Yeah. Well, like I just said, pal. After he shot the clown in the forehead, he went and... Objection! Did nothing of the sort to the victim. The pistol proves he could not. The murder weapon? Oh. It's quite simple, Your Honor. This pistol only holds one bullet at a time. If he had shot the clown in the forehead, he couldn't have shot the victim too. That's not a contradiction. Not even close. All he had to do was reload the pistol after the first shot. Oh? Where did he get the extra bullet? They're not so easy to come by, you know. If you claim the defendant had one ready, then prove to us how he got it. I had a feeling this wasn't over yet. No, this party's just getting started. And I haven't proven anything yet, beyond my good looks and startling record sales. And utter lack of humility. What's this? It seems that the prosecution has another witness prepared. Like I said, Herr Detective, was just the warm-up act. Now that the audience has gotten a taste for what is to come, they're ready. Ready for what? For my decisive witness, of course. A witness who you will find can prove one thing for us. That it was Zach Gramarye who shot the victim in the forehead. Very well. We will pause for a 15-minute recess. This might be my lucky break. I'll need that 15 minutes to talk to my client, Zach. Court is adjourned. To be continued. Wow, that was quick. Wow. Yeah, okay. Let's take a little drink just to keep my voice from giving out. Okay. Alrighty, chat. Let's move on. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. I have to say I expected nothing less. We've only just begun. I was hoping you could tell me a bit more about what had happened, actually. I did not think you would believe me if I told you. Better that you discovered the truth for yourself. But I was thinking of you, you know. I think we need less thinking and more talking. That night in the hospital, what really happened? Ah, the way your eyes gleam, Mr. Wright. You'll scare Trucy. Speaking of which, where is she? You have seen the problem yourself, the letter. The one shot in the forehead. One, right? Yes, and the reason he speaks of. I cannot deny my mentor's wishes, even if it meant my own death. Why not? This is something I will not say. For now, at least. What's this for now business? I have done many things in my life. Some well, some poorly. But this is a cross we must bear alone to our graves. We? You wanted to know about the night of the incident? Finally, this guy sure likes to take his time getting to the important stuff. Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time. And found there upon his bedside table 2 pistols. There were 2 pistols? 2? Yes. The one I had used on stage, and the one that had been used by my partner, Valand. Oh, for the Zack and Valance quick draw thing. My mentor had the look of one sleeping. I stood by his bedside, hearing only the light sound of his breathing. Then I took the pistol into my hand. I cannot deny that my resolve faltered then for a moment. You faltered? You mean you thought about shooting him? Recall there was a reason I could not refuse his request. His last such request, though not his first. So, there were other requests you couldn't refuse before? To be honest, I've not always been steadfast. And I fear I brought pain upon Trucy. Was Magnifi coercing his disciples somehow? Just what was going on in Troop Grimmeri? Yet, in the end, I did not shoot him. Instead, I turned and shot the clown. I took the pistol and I had fired and placed it in my pocket. In your pocket? I believe if you examine the bullet in the clown's head, you will find it will be different than the one in my mentor. Then, what were those called? Rifling marks. Yes, well, that is all I have to tell you concerning the case. Concerning the case? You mean there's something else you can tell me? You're a fascinating man, Mr. Wright. Thanks? Yes, there is something. My mentor. His eyes opened. What? Magnifi Grimmeri? The old devil. He was not asleep, you see. Of course, the gunshot would have woken him anyway. And there we had our last discussion as mentor and pupil. It was not a long discussion. Maybe 5-10 minutes or so. What did you talk about? Mr. Wright. Did I not just tell you? It does not concern this case. I wonder. Oh, okay. Zach Grimeri. He seems pretty steadfast to me. Or maybe just stubborn. Mr. Wright, your presence is requested in the courtroom. Once again, I am in your hands. Right. Let's get back in there. Yeah, let's go. Oh, man. Court is now back in session. During our recess, a bullet was found in and dug out from the clown's head. Well, this is news. And the rifling marks? There wasn't time to do a detailed analysis. Though they did find the weapon type matches the murder weapon. Well, that's not very conclusive, is it? Which is why I'm about to call my very decisive witness. Your decisive witness? How many times have I heard those words? Yeah, no kidding. Though they often turn out to be far less decisive than you think. Oh, don't worry on my account. I'm quite confident this witness will do the job. After all, he is intimately acquainted with the players in our little production. Being the other half of Troupe Grimeri's famous duo, Zach and Valent. Oh, is it going to turn out that Valent actually did it? Valent Grimeri. So, we get to see the great Magnifique's other disciple. Yeah, there he is, without a mustache and everything. Perhaps we'll start by asking your name and occupation. Valent Grimeri, magician. And you're the decisive witness, are you? You can prove your fellow student, your partner's guilt. Fate, a grand illusion filled with traps and tricks. But wait, the shooting took place in that hospital after 11 o'clock at night. If you're a witness, does that mean you were there that late? If one were to deduce this logically, the conclusion is... yes. Okay. I always get the characters, don't I? No kidding. No kidding, Phoenix. You always get the characters. You always... I mean, geez. I have an interesting fact for you. You see, several days before the crime, my witness received this. That looks very familiar. Wait. That's the same letter Zach Grimeri received. I guess that was his, insurance policy. Yes. Or, perhaps I should say, ta-da! Order, order, order. And what does it say? Surely not the same thing. Perhaps you should see for yourself. 11:20. Okay, so that's different. Yeah, so what was the plan here? Why, it's practically the same. The court accepts this into evidence. This is most unusual. Exactly what was going on with you folks? What is going on with these crazy magicians? What exactly was your Troupe Grimeri up to? By which you mean... I'm just having trouble envisioning a man who would ask his students to kill him. Both of them, no less. It's just my opinion here, Judge, but from these letters, I'd say he was coercing them, not asking them. We walked the magician's path together, and in so doing shared much of our lives. When people are so close, there is strain, a warping of relations, you might say. Yet this has nothing to do with the case at hand. By which you mean you're not going to tell us. Which makes me wonder even more about this reason they couldn't refuse. Well, let's get on with the testimony for starters. The defendant, Zach Grimeri, stands accused. Tell us why. Oh, I'll do more than that. For where he walks, the red roses rise, singing hymns to the miracle that is magic. Fascinating. Though I hardly need to remind you that the evidence could just as clearly point to you as the suspect. The letter, the murder weapon, and now the 2 bullets found at the scene. In fact, the only difference seems to be the designated time. Ha 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 ha. As every magician knows, timing is everything. Yes, and now it is time to get this party fired up. That night, I visited the hospital room at the time Magnifi requested. The smell of gunpowder hung in the room, and my mentor had taken his final bow. I did not imagine my fellow student might have received the same instructions. Yet a deal with the dead is still a deal. Death's sweet kiss. I gave it to the clown. Then I informed the doctor and the police. Okay. So you were the one who reported the crime? Indeed. I would think this fact alone would clear my name of suspicion. Let's not jump to any conclusions. Yes, the cross-examination generally comes before the conclusions in this court. But if your testimony proves to be true, the defendant Zach Rameri is guilty. And if it wasn't Zach Rameri, then the killer was you, Valent. No disappearing act will get you out of that. So, like, how did you even get in there? I'm curious about. Which, according to the letter, was 11:20 p.m. Indeed. And magic timing is everything. Right. Consider the illusion of teleportation. If I were to appear on stage before my stunt double is left, how would that look? Why, it would reveal the very secrets of my magic. Now that you've revealed the very secrets of your magic for all of us, let's move on. You were at the designated time, and what did you see? Oh, okay, well that did nothing. I'm gonna press this. Which brings us back to this reason neither of you could refuse. So it does. And my partner, he did not refuse. But Magnifi wrote the same thing to you. Why could you refuse if Zach couldn't? Because I have a will of steel, of course. Of course, I also do this trick where I bend steel bars. Perhaps steel isn't also strong. So which is it? Mind if I continue? This guy. Yet a deal with the dead is still a deal. Okay, so, like, here's my question. If your master was already dead when you were there, why even bother shooting the... You know what I mean? Like, he's dead. Like... There were 2 bullet holes at the scene. One in the victim and one in the clown. You're saying the one who shot the clown was you? No doubt my partner Zach has said much the same thing. Yeah, because whoever didn't shoot the clown committed murder. I'd better dig around here a bit more and see what I can turn up. Mr. Valent, let me ask you about something else concerning the crime scene. Namely... bullet location... I would say the number, because, like, that would be... Because that's what we talked about with Zach, right? How many pistols were there when you entered the room? By which you mean what, precisely? 2 pistols were used in the Zach and Valent quick-draw shoot-'em, correct? 1 for each of you. You are well informed, yet only one of my old friends sat in the hospital room that night. What did Zach tell me back in the lobby? That there were 2. Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time, and found there upon his bedside table 2 pistols. I took the pistol I had fired and placed it in my pocket. I see no problem with that statement. Only 1 pistol is visible in the photograph of the crime scene, after all. So you picked up that pistol and fired it? Indeed I did. Alakazam, alakazing, alakaboom. Is the number of pistols really so important? Quite important. The number of pistols is quite important, Your Honor. Very well. Please add this detail to your testimony. What can I do but obey? Yeah, no, we're gonna nail him with this. Yeah. Objection! According to the defendant, Zach Grameri, when he entered the room, there were 2 pistols on that table. 2? One of those pistols he used to shoot the clown in the forehead. Then he left with it in his pocket. Of course, this is what he would say. Unlike the hapless clown, we must assume our defendant has some brains in his head. Well, what about what Mr. Vallon has told us? You see, there's something about his testimony that doesn't make sense. What might that be? I told you, I took the pistol that was there and shot the clown. That's your story, at least. But the rifling marks tell a very different story, Mr. Vallon. Recall what Prosecutor Gavin told us. We compared the bullet taken from the victim's skull with the bullet fired from this gun. The rifling marks on the bullets were a perfect match. Mr. Vallon, if you fired this pistol, then you shot the victim in the forehead. Order, order, order! Well, this is all rather sudden. What have I done? Prosecutor Gavin, I owe the court an apology. Sorry. Sorry for what? You see, I was unaware that 2 of these unique pistols were crafted. The analysis of the rifling marks only proved the type of gun that fired them. But that's not what you told us before. You said you'd verified the murder weapon, which is why I'm apologizing to you now. Quite sincerely, I might add. Would you hold me accountable for a mistake made in my youth? That was just this morning. I'm still young, and I might add, it wasn't really my fault. If the defendant had only admitted he took 1 pistol from the scene of the crime, we would not be having this pleasant discussion now. Valiant Grameri. Yes, Your Honor. You were presented to this court as a decisive witness, but you've proven to be more divisive than decisive. Oh, that got the... You'll see. In time. The testimony so far has merely been a review of the facts. The proof comes next. Care to elaborate, Prosecutor Gavin? When Mr. Vallon entered the hospital room, the victim had already been shot. As his next testimony will prove, Herr Wright, the real fight is about to begin. Bring it. Very well. The witness will now testify to the court. Help us determine who shot what. Yeah, no. I arrived in the hospital room at the appointed time, which is to say 11:20 p.m. After discovering the body, I fulfilled my obligation, then called in the doctor. The doctor examined the body before the police arrived. He was quite clear about the time of death, 11:10 p.m. And the one in the room at that time was my partner, not me. Those times are rather close, you have to admit. You're talking about an alibi established over a matter of minutes. Use a 10-minute discrepancy as the basis of your alibi. It's easy to explain in this situation, Herr Judge. For example, take our debut hit single 13 Years Hard Time for Love. Cue to the song, press the play button, and it will play for 2 minutes 15 seconds. Do it 100 times, the result is the same. Their debut single was only 2 minutes and 15 seconds long? What a ripoff. Yeah, no. Wait. 2 minute 15? For runtime? Dude, come on. Come on, man. That's all you got? Okay. Whatever. Maybe I'm stupid, I don't know. Magic is a world of utmost precision. Hocus pocus requires admirable focus. And in the time of death determined by the doctor, there is an incontrovertible truth. Very well. The prosecution warns us that we're dealing with rather precise times. We can expect a cross-examination to require the same level of precision. I would hope the defense refrains from its customarily broad, sweeping accusations. lest we blur the focus this case so clearly demands. Point taken. Baseless remarks will result in a penalty. Hey, what? Hey, why? Carry on, Mr. Wright. Carry on. Right. Okay, so no just random, okay. Okay, I'm not gonna argue. Not really anything I can really argue, because I think he's fairly certain about that. Discovering the body, I fulfilled my obligation, then called the doctor. The doctor examined the body before the police arrived. He was quite clear about the time of death. Okay. So, hold on. Let's kind of use our brains here. So he arrived at 11:20. He discovers the body, he shoots the gun, and then he calls in a doctor, which I find very weird. Those must be particularly silent guns. I'm gonna be real. So the doctor examines the body and says that he died like 10 minutes ago. I guess the thing is that, like, how do they determine that and not, like, right then and there? I'm pressing this. I don't think I'm stepping out on a limb to say I have some doubts about this. How could the doctor be so precise with the time? We do usually only get an estimated time of death. True. Yeah, that too. It's usually estimated. I'm not sure I've heard of a verified time of death. Magic revels in making the complex appear simple, but reality is the opposite. What appears complex in this case is a simple matter of subtraction. I see another person has done their arithmetic homework. The point here is the IV the victim was taking. It's quite visible in the photograph of the scene. Recall what we heard earlier about the victim Magnifi Grimeri's schedule. Every night at 11 p.m., Magnifi took an IV drip for 30 minutes. I see the IV bag right there, yes. Now look a little closer. Follow the tube down from the bag to the end. Yeah, it's not hooked up to him. Ah, the needle's been removed. Doubtless it fell out when he was shot. That would seem to be the case. Well, I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm just not... I'm not that knowledgeable about shooting people. No, because his placement's weird. I guess is the best way to put it. Like, usually those IVs go into, like, a vein or whatever. And they're strapped down like that, yeah. A weird thing. When the needle comes out, the IV no longer drips. Ah! You could just measure the remaining IV liquid. Precisely. The IV liquid functions, for our purposes, as an hourglass of sorts. This is how the doctor determined the time of death. From the amount remaining in the bag, it was determined that the IV had stopped 10 minutes after administration began. Okay. And so it was. When I, Valent, entered that room. 10 minutes had passed since that horrible crime was committed. And this is proof. Well, Mr. Wright. Did that seem important? I think that was important. Well, seeing how it is the biggest clue we have to the time of death, I'd say it's very important. Agreed. It would be hard to imagine a more precise way to determine the time. Behold the power of arithmetic. Very well. Behold the power of arithmetic, Jack. The witness will add this detail to his testimony. Sometimes the most magical thing of all is the truth. I'm not gonna lie, for a moment I thought he was gonna say, is math. The water of life springs not eternal. Meaning IV liquid proves my innocence. Yeah, I'm pressing it. Did you notice the IV yourself by any chance? When I first entered that room, the stench of gunpowder assailed me. Next, the mark of death upon my mentor's forehead. And then his left arm did I spy a rose drooping and wilted. Its thorn, the discarded IV needle. knocked from the vein by the force of the shot. Lucky for you. Ah, okay. So, okay. Interesting. If that IV had not been there, why, you might be a suspect. Indubitably so. I might say it's thanks to my lucky color. Your lucky color? Indeed. Even today, I wear it proudly upon my suspect self. Yellow? For it always, without fail, brings me luck. Why, when Zack and Valent won their first Magician's Grand Prix? Yes, the very one held by the Association of International Magicians. I was adorned in this attire then, too. And our trophy, a bust. Ah, what a day that was. This is one trip down memory lane no one needs. My lucky color, yes, indeed. And then IV, too. I say I think 'twas you, especially for me, Valent. That does seem to be the case, indeed. Well, Mr. Wright, any thoughts on this testimony? Valent sure looks happy with himself. Okay, how about this lucky color testimony? If there's a contradiction, I need to find. He was talking a lot about the IV. Huh. Well, that might be the hue of the picture, though. You know what I'm saying? It's definitely not yellow. Yeah, I'm gonna try this. It certainly sounds like your lucky colors brought you plenty of luck. Not this time, Mr. Valent. Your lucky colors betray you. I'm afraid you've lost me. Your Honor, the witness's testimony just now clearly contradicts the evidence. What? Please recall my warning at the beginning of this cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Baseless accusations will be duly penalized. I do hope this latest accusation is well-based. Don't worry, I got all your bases right here. Phoenix! No! Oh, well. Man. Craziness. I can't with this guy. Very well. Let's hear the defense's claim. Where is your evidence that contradicts what Mr. Valent has told? It'd be the crime scene photo, I think. Your crime scene tells all. The crime scene tells all, Your Honor. The photo of the crime scene? All this talk of color has me yearning for black and white, clear-cut simplicity. Tell us, Herr Wright, just where is the contradiction in this photo? My pleasure, and I assure you it's quite simple. But I can't promise anything in black and white. Let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say. What in this photo contradicts the witness's testimony? It'd be this. Valent Grimeri, let's get one thing straight about your lucky color. It's yellow, yes? Kinda takes the mystery out of it, but yes. Something wrong with yellow, Mr. Wright? Yes, there is. Decisively wrong, in fact. Take another look at the photo of the crime scene. We'll take another look. I need to take a BRB, though. We'll continue with this in a moment. But grab a snack, grab a drink, do whatever it is you gotta do. I will be right back. And I'm back. Sorry for the interruption, but let's hop right back into the action. All right, chat. Let's press on Gavin here. See how this goes. Take another look at the photo of the crime scene. What's this? Confusion. Doubt. Tell us, what do your elderly eyes spy? Even my elderly eyes can see a problem here, Mr. Valand. Look at that IV bag. Well, what is this? What foul magic? It would be hard to call the IV liquid yellow, and I'm afraid no magic was involved in the taking of this photograph. Cause no! Oh, that's a cool, like... Order! What does this mean? This is some kind of mistake. Yes, Prosecutor Gavin. Your witness's mistake. The greener they are, the harder they fall. Suppose there's no substitute for experience. Valand Grimeri, as you reminded us several times, your lucky color is yellow, but the IV is clearly not. Well, this contradiction can mean only one thing. And to think, you almost had me. I see your true colors now, Ace Attorney Phoenix Wright. Oh, har. Something you'd like to tell us, Prosecutor Gavin? As far as this court can tell, the witness's testimony does contradict the evidence. Yes, a contradiction. One that I shall be pleased to hand right back to Mr. Wright. How do you mean, how? Because the witness has made no mistakes. I agree, at a glance, the IV bag liquid does appear sort of greenish yellow. But I assure you the liquid itself is quite yellow. Yellow liquid? How can you say that? As far as I can tell from this photo, it's green. Yes, but what color is the IV bag itself? The bag? You mean the plastic bag on the hook? Looks like I want to say light blue? Ah, okay. We're mixing the colors together, right? Blue and yellow make green. That's cool. Precisely. Figured it out yet? Put a yellow liquid in a blue bag and you get green. This, incidentally, is the liquid's true color. I see. The explanation does have the ring of truth to it. Well, then how would Valand know what color it is?
Objection!
As I thought. There's no substitute for experience, Prosecutor Gavin. What? You may tell a good tale, but you've just proven something rather grave. For you, that is. Grave. The liquid in the IV is yellow, yes. But how did this witness know that? It's quite unnatural when you think about it. You did think about it, didn't you? Your Honor, the defense requests an explanation from the witness. At the scene of the crime, the IV liquid appears to be green. So let me ask, how did the witness know the IV liquid was actually yellow? Alakazam! My God! Oh, man. Order! Mr. Wright, you will explain this at once. The witness clearly knew the color of the IV liquid. I'm sure it means something, but what? I can think of only one possibility, Your Honor. The witness, Valand Grimeri, has testified that the IV liquid was yellow because... I want to say he's, like, seen it before. From the facts before us, the answer is clear. The witness knew that the IV liquid was yellow. Why? Because he'd seen it before. But not inside the blue bag we see in the photo. He saw the liquid by itself in a clear, colorless bag. I suppose he would have had to. I'm still not clear as to what all this means. Ask yourself, why would he know if he didn't work in a hospital? That's where you'll find your meaning, Your Honor. I'm afraid I find nothing. So what if he knew the IV liquid's color? Leave the getting excited over absolutely nothing to our teeny bopper fans, yeah? The IV liquid is the only evidence proving the time of death. A 30-minute hourglass with 20 minutes worth of sand remaining. Your claim, Prosecutor Gavin? Your claim, Prosecutor Gavin. I remember it well. However, there's a critical difference between an hourglass and an IV bag. Whoa, wait. I know. An hourglass uses sand, but an IV bag uses liquid. I'm right? As much as it pains me to say this, Your Honor, no. Unlike the sands through an hourglass, IV liquid enters the patient's body, at which point, like magic, it disappears. However, what if the amount of IV liquid had increased? You couldn't tell, could you? After all, there's no way of knowing how much went in. Let me get this straight, Herr Wright. You're saying the witness watered down the victim's IV bag? Not with water, but with IV liquid. That's how you knew the IV liquid was yellow. Now, wait. I said wait. How might an amateur such as myself essay to perform such a task? I'm an amateur too, but I can pour water into a cup. I'm afraid there's quite a big difference between a cup and an IV bag. Quite. Can you prove our witness is capable of such a feat? He has a point, amateurs. I, at least, would have some difficulty pouring IV liquid into that bag. You don't need to be an expert to see the look on the witness's face. He added liquid to that IV to throw off the time of death. I tire of these fairy tales lacking evidence. Well, Mr. Wright, any solid evidence to bring us back down to Earth? Valant Grimeri, I'm afraid your magic won't serve you well in a life of crime. Might I ask what you're strongly suggesting? Magic relies on props, and props become evidence. Our witness was certainly able to increase the amount of IV liquid in the bag. All he had to do was work a little magic. The prop was... Yeah, no, so this was washed. So, like, he could've... It was there at the crime scene, so maybe he could've... Yeah, used a syringe to kind of poke it into the bag, yeah. That's like a way to do it. Because, like, we don't have any other way to kind of move liquid. I think this, yeah. The victim's syringe. It's the perfect prop for the magically increasing IV trick, and easy enough for an amateur to use. What kind of evidence is that? The syringe was clean, not a trace of liquid in it. And don't you find that odd, Prosecutor Gavin? What? The victim had the syringe to administer his insulin shots. There should have been traces of insulin left inside. Well, Valant Grimeri, as you pointed out yourself, the IV liquid makes the perfect clock. One that you could manipulate at will. Alakazam! I do believe. Well, with this being his first, the burden of this trial has been a bit too much to bear for Prosecutor Gavin. I'm afraid that while there is a doubt as to the amount of IV liquid in that bag, the time of death cannot be proven. That brings our trial to a close for today. Well, maybe I can squeeze an extra day out of this. I can do a little much-needed investigation work. You see, there are no objections. Court is oh. Truly, there is no substitute for experience. Nothing blinds one to the truth so effectively. A word to the wise. Underestimate the young and they'll sweep your feet out from under you in a way you never, ever expected. You see, I know exactly what you're thinking. What's he talking about? You say the witness used the syringe to manipulate the level of the IV liquid, but there's no proof. There's no proof he didn't do it either. Yes, quite true. Huh? He's admitting it? Nor was the witness quite as decisive as I'd hoped. This, I admit. After all, why linger in the past when the future holds so much? You, have something in mind, Prosecutor Gavin. Proof, Herr Judge. I have another way to prove my case. With evidence, no less. Oh, the diary. What's this? This is the victim Magnifi Grimeri's diary. Diary? After going into the hospital, Magnifi began writing his memoirs, it seems. The story of his birth, his startling debut, and of meeting his disciples. Seems he intended for the last chapter to end, quite appropriately, with his death. Wait, that book doesn't say what the reason was, does it? The reason why his disciples couldn't refuse his last request? Oh, sadly, it does not. What's important here is on the last page. Apparently, the victim wrote in his journal that night, even after the IV bag had begun at 11 p.m. Let's read it, shall we? This does appear to have been written just before his death. Court accepts this into evidence. Okay. Yeah, I'll take a look. Okay, it's got the little thing on the back. Tonight's IV is in, maybe the last. I leave the rest to them. The first should come soon. This journal may end here or it may go on, but not long. That depends on his hand. All that is left to mine is to lay down this pen. This is the last page. The diary ends here. Huh? What's this? It looks like a page was ripped out? Well, now, isn't that interesting? Read the very last part with particular care. This journal may end here or it may go on, but not long. That depends on his hand. Of course, by his, he refers to our defendant, Zach Grimeri. That would make sense, yes. He was the first scheduled visitor after all. But look at what he said before that. This journal may end here or it may go on. It may go on. Magnifi Grimeri intended to write again. That is, if Zach Grimeri didn't pull the trigger. I see the defense understands the meaning of this. The victim's diary does not go on, it ends. Because Magnifi's life was brought to an end by the defendant, Zach Grimeri. Order, order, order! Prosecutor Gavin. Are you certain that Magnifi Grimeri wrote this? There's no mistaking his handwriting. Well, this does seem to be significant. According to this, Magnifi did intend to continue his diary. Yet, if his diary ended here, which plainly it did, then the one who pulled the trigger was the first visitor, Zach Grimeri. Well, how do you like me now, Herr Wright? Still too green for your tastes, Oh, man. He's right about the diary being pretty clear. Still, I find it hard to believe that he'd overlook such an obvious problem with this precious evidence. Well, Mr. Wright, witness's testimony we heard was lacking. But put together with this evidence, it seems quite sufficient for a case. If the diary is accepted like this, the trial's over. And maybe it's time for me to show them something? Yeah. I'm left with no choice but to show my own evidence. What? You have some evidence that overturns this diary? It's not too late to rethink this and avoid more embarrassment. Oh, yeah, no. This is where it goes down, I think. Incidentally, don't even think of showing us this diary I've just shown the court. Now that we've come this far, I hope you have something a little more decisive. Show us evidence that proves the victim continued writing his diary. All right, I'd be happy to. Decisive evidence proving that the diary didn't end with this page. Man, you know what's coming? I can already feel it, and I hate it. Man. First, take a close look at this diary. Note that a page has clearly been ripped out. What's this? I hadn't noticed that at all. That's why we're still here talking about this. As it just so happens, I have here what I believe to be the missing page. I don't believe it! Looking at this page, it's hard to imagine that the first visitor that night shot Magnifique Grimeri. That's the defense's position. Oh, wait. Let me see that. What in Sam Hill? Why, this is the continuation of the victim's diary. Yeah. Note the torn edge of the page. It's a perfect match with the torn remains of the last page in Magnifique's diary. Quite remarkable. Would you care to explain what all this means, Herr Attorney? The diary continued after his first visitor came, which means that the victim was still alive after Zach Grimeri left, leaving no one to take his life but the second visitor. Valent Grimeri. No! All the birds. The handwriting, too, matches that on the other pages. This is without a doubt the genuine article. Order. But wait, that's impossible. The old man couldn't have written it. Finally, you just couldn't resist. Would you, Herr Wright? Resist what? Presenting solid evidence? Herr Judge? Yes, Prosecutor Gavin? Might I request we put the current cross-examination on hold? The prosecution would like to call a new witness. But Prosecutor Gavin, this evidence overturns the current witnesses. I ask only to put it on hold. Please. My new witness has a very, very important piece of testimony to give. 5 minutes. No more. I promise, Your Honor. Well, if you put it that way. Mr. Wright, what's your take on this? Well, Your Honor, judging from his enthusiasm, we'll have to hear his this new testimony sooner or later anyway. There might as well be sooner. Then, though this is highly, highly irregular, we will put the current cross-examination on hold. The witness may step down. Now, Prosecutor Gavin, please bring this surprise witness to the courtroom. Yeah. I had a bad feeling just then. That ripped-out page was too obvious. He must have known. And I should have known it was a bad sign all around. Yeah, there he is. Holding trial with no audience is a first, even for me, Prosecutor Gavin. I beg the court's understanding. But I had to make a judiciary deal with the witness to secure his testimony. A judiciary deal? The details of his testimony may have some legal ramifications, shall we say. I thought it best to contain the information to this room. Very well. You are the witness, I gather? Yes, sir. State your name and occupation for the record. My name's Drew Misham. I'm a painter. A painter? You are somehow related to this case? No, well, not per se. I have one simple question for this witness. Mr. Misham, was it? Do you know what this is? Oh, yeah, I know it well. How's that possible? Have you seen this diary page somewhere before? Oh yeah, I mean, I made it. You... What? You made it? Yes. You might call it one of my works. The prosecutor's office received a tip-off yesterday. Illegal evidence has been prepared for the trial of Zach Grameri. Illegal evidence? I initiated an investigation and found this witness. A painter to the world at large, Drew Mishem, as another side, you might say. He is skilled in making perfect reproductions of certain things. Forgeries, in other words. Forgeries? Whoa. So we are to understand that this page here is a fake, prepared by a certain defense attorney. Hold it. I didn't prepare this evidence. The attorney speaks. Something about this page, I presume. But what is he saying? It makes no sense. After all, it was you who presented this evidence to us, Phoenix Wright. Witness, or Mr. Bishop, was it? Who requested this forgery? Who was your client? That... I don't know. What? Most of my clients prefer to remain anonymous, even to me. I make the items they want and receive my payment. That's the extent of my contract with them. But, there's no proof this is a fake. It's a fake. Huh? To avoid just this sort of a problem, I always put a special mark on my works. I can say without a doubt, this is mine. Well... Mr. Wright, you've just presented illegal evidence to this court. My court. It was careless of me. That's all I can say. Oh, old boy. Here. What's this? I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. They said it was really important. It was all a trap. A fatal trap. Mr. Wright? Yes? You have an explanation for yourself. If I did, would the court hear it? Probably not. Forging evidence is a serious crime. Presenting it in court a serious mistake. A fatal mistake for an attorney. A fatal too, perhaps, for your client, I fear. Tell me, what kind of defendant relies on forged evidence? The answer is quite clear. A guilty one. Your Honor, wait. I understand that presenting forged evidence in court is a serious crime, but you cannot hold my client responsible for actions I undertook as an individual. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. Your Honor? Another close call, I dare say. If the prosecutor's office hadn't received that hot tip, everything would have gone the way you wanted it to, yeah? I even gave you a chance. Too bad you decided not to think before embarrassing yourself. I see no need for further discussion on this matter. Special witness dismissed. Man. Mr. Attorney? Yes? Could I ask your name? Phoenix Wright. Mr. Wright? I have seen and studied many people, but none like you. I'll remember you, Mr. Wright. Man. Though I deeply regret having to declare a verdict in this way, this trial is over. You have the right to find a new attorney and make an appeal. However, this court must... Your Honor? Yes, Mr. Zach? There is one thing I wish to make clear. Today in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. It is impossible. I'm afraid the defendant is quite mistaken. Most certainly have the authority to declare a verdict on you. Except, tell me, how do you plan on announcing your verdict? And your defendant does not exist. Doesn't exist? What are you talking about? I'm talking about this. Oh, he vanished! Mr. Enigmar? The defendants escaped. Find him, quick. Bailiff, close all exits from the building. Yeah, so he just bailed? On the double, he must not be allowed to escape. That day in that courtroom, a miracle occurred. The defendant, Shady Enigmar, aka Zachramary, did not just escape from court. He literally, unbelievably, vanished. Right before the bailiff's eyes. No one ever saw him again, not since that day. This is the Gramary miracle! No verdict was declared. After all, the defendant didn't exist. That's how it happened. The trial of magician Zachramary vanished along with him for all eternity. The mysteries that remained behind were all solved. However, not until 7 years later. To be continued. Ooh boy. Craziness. So, they're just... So I guess my question is, like... I guess why are they letting Phoenix... How was Phoenix able to maneuver himself to actually be, like, the court guy? To be the guy sort of leading, like, the mock trial. You know what I mean? The Mason system. Okay. That trial 7 years ago was the beginning of it all. This I know beyond a doubt. The mysteries of the past work their magic on the present. You'll soon be finding all this out for yourself. Which of Magnifi Gramary's disciples pulled that trigger? Where did the vanishing defendant Zachramary go? What dark truth lurks behind the forged diary page? What about the girl who was left behind? And... Ooh, fancy. Ooh. The past left us these 4 keys to unlock the truth. Whoa, this is funky. But that's not all. There are 4 keys in the present as well. And when all the questions have found their answers, final trial will begin. But first you must chase the truth through then and now. Think of it as a game. Ooh. Oh, hey, Phoenix. I, Phoenix Wright, will be your guide through this game. That terrible trial saw me present forged evidence. It ended half-finished when the defendant vanished. What became of me after that? As your investigation proceeds, the answer will become clear. Oh, and one more thing. There's something I must tell you. As Apollo Justice has his bracelet, so too do I have my own weapon of sorts. My Magatama. What does it do, you ask? That I would have you see for yourself. Well now, shall we begin? Jump between the past and present. Let's begin 7 years ago in the past. It is right after my last trial came to an abrupt end. Now that you know the game, let's play. Wow, this is cool. Wow. I would assume the offices, yeah? The nightmare trial was over. The new nightmare of figuring out what had happened had just begun. I wanted to wake up, to walk away. I figured I'm the only one who could do this. Probably. And besides, I had plenty of time. Thanks to the Bar Association Review Board's decision, it's hard to work when your attorney's badge has been taken away. 7 years ago. Oh, morning, Daddy. I'm so glad you came. You okay, Daddy? They picking on you? I'm fine, as always. This old boy is here to help me, after all. That's young man to you. Good morning. That's a cute outfit you have on. Thanks. My first show's today, after all. 2 weeks had passed since then. I called her into my office. Yeah, kid's probably not doing well. Trucy, there's something we need to talk about. It's been 2 weeks since your father disappeared. You need to start thinking about your future. I did some calling around. This is hard to say, but you have no living relatives. So, I was wondering if you wanted to stay with me for a while. Just until your daddy comes home. It won't be long. I hope. Oh, Phoenix. Of course, it's totally your choice. If you don't like it here, you can go wherever you'd like. I could look up some places you might like to stay at. This is so weird. Mr. Attorney, Daddy told me about you. He said I could trust you. Huh? Really? So, if I stay here, does that mean you'll be my family? Huh? I guess so. Getting weirder. Mr. Attorney, actually, why don't you call me Nick? Or you can call me Daddy if you'd like. It doesn't have to be today or anything. Okay, say Daddy. That was quick. Yes? If I move here, I have to switch schools, right? And I was thinking, I haven't paid for lunches at my last school for a year. So, thanks, Daddy. Oh, and this office? It's a little blah. A little color goes a long way, you know. Yeah. Oh, and Daddy, you got fired from work, right? Don't you worry one bit. I'll work twice as hard. We'll make it through this. Trucy, how old are you? Oh, I'm 8. But don't let appearances deceive you. I'm a young professional. Stick with me and you'll do just fine, Daddy. Thanks. Why does it feel like she's already in charge? So, Daddy, you got fired from being a lawyer, right? You could at least kind of look aside or something when you say that. It's actually kind of hard for me, for Daddy. Oh, I'm sorry, Daddy. Wait, is that foolish pride? My other daddy always used to talk about that. Actually, that's pretty accurate. So here's my idea. We'll make a new office. Wow, just seems so stiff, doesn't it? No one will be my friend at school that way. Well, that won't do, I guess. I just don't know much about anything other than law. Or even much about law, if you were to ask some people. Maybe the problem is calling it an office. We should run an agency instead. You mean, like a talent agency? Forgive me for asking, but doesn't that require talent? You got me, don't you? I'm a professional. Professional. Yep. After all, I am directly descended from the famous Zach Grimeri. Directly descended. He's your father. Oh, and now I'm directly descended from the famous Phoenix Wright, too. I think an 8-year-old just massaged my ego. Could you tell me a bit more about your daddy, your Zach Grimeri? Daddy? Sure thing, Daddy. Which daddy was that again? Why are we saying Daddy all this? Like, why are we doing this? Daddy's so amazing. The biggest star of Troop Grimeri. And they're big. The Grimeris. They were on television a lot. Haven't seen them on much recently, come to think of it. Big magic happens when you put Zach and Valent Grimeri together, you know. Once they made a giant waterfall, right there on the stage. And this giant trout swam up the giant waterfall. Let me guess. There was a giant fisherman waiting for him at the top? Oh, I wish I could have seen more of Daddy's magic. Ah! Shouldn't have brought it up so soon. Wonder what'll happen to me with Daddy and Mommy both gone. Mommy? Yeah, what about Mommy? I haven't heard anything about Trucy's mother. But I have my magic, and a great daddy, even if he is unemployed. You know, I think things are gonna be okay. Wonder if she'll talk about her mother. Yeah, no, it's... She's a funny kid. So, Trucy, you're a professional? Yes. It's like that thing they say? The baby frogs grow up to be frogs? They say that? I always thought it was funny, though. What was? Aren't baby frogs called tadpoles? Maybe they thought it would be easier to understand that way for kids. How stupid. Right. So, in conclusion, you're a professional magician, Trucy? That's right. Well, want to see a trick? You're going to do a magic trick? Yeah, no, show me a magic trick. Actually, I would like to see your trick. The future of the agency depends on it, after all. That's the spirit. Ready? Here goes. Ta-da! Oh, it's the... yeah. Hey, folks, it's Mr. Hat. I gotta say, it's good to be seen. Yo! Whoa, that was startling. The amazing Mr. Hat. Isn't he great? The friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat at your service. He certainly makes an impression. Yeah, no, definitely a shock and surprise. Doesn't he? I'm so glad you like him, Daddy. Well, my routines do get a bit heady at times. Get it? Heady? My friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat nearly gave me a heart attack. Oh. Startlingly realistic. That's funny. Okay, that was cute. Oh, okay, so you can just see, like, an image of it. That's cool. Could you tell me about your mommy, if it's okay? Mommy was so pretty. She was like an angel up on stage. On stage. You mean with your daddy? Yep. She was always there with Zach and Valent smiling. But then, she went away. Went away? It was a grand illusion. But she made a mistake. She vanished, and I guess she didn't know how to get back. Oh. Maybe so. I cried then. A lot. That's when Daddy gave me this. Here. Oh yeah, the necklace that I wear in the future. It's like a locket, yeah. Oh. This is your mother? She's beautiful. Her name's Thalassa. Thalassa Grimeri. Poor girl. I didn't know her mommy had gone missing. Now her daddy's vanished too, right before her eyes. Hey, Daddy, you won't... Don't worry. I won't vanish, I promise. Right. You can't even do magic. You're like a backup plan. Daddy always said to have a backup plan. Guess all I rate as is a backup plan. I think that's probably enough for today. Sorry to ask you so much all at once like that. It's okay. After all, we're family. I just hope you're ready. The Right Talent Agency opens tomorrow. What? But are we representing anyone? Me and you. That makes two, Daddy. Think you need more than that to make an agency. Besides, you may be a magician, but I'm no talent. Oh, I'm sure there's something you're good at. Well, when you put it that way... You mean you don't have any tricks? No old standbys? This will not do. A boy should always have a trick or two in his pocket. Okay, I'll think of something. That's the spirit. See you bright and early tomorrow, Daddy. Welcome to the team. Welcome to the team, Daddy-o. The team. Right. Sometimes when magicians vanish, they leave something behind. That's how Trucy became Trucy Wright, my daughter. To be honest, I was pretty lost those first few days. Thinking back on it, it was a pretty dark time in my life. But Trucy, happy, smiling Trucy, she was my light. Aw, that's very sweet, actually. Oh, okay. So the game will just kind of tell you when you're done. That's nice. Yeah, maybe we do like the detention center, and then we kind of figure it out from there. I'm not even sure who we were talking to here. 7 years ago. If you know, you know. Oh, Valen is in here. What strange sight doth mine eyes behold? Excuse me? 2 men on either side of a single transparent pane. Yet it seems fickle fate has switched sides, so to speak. Oh, I'm the one in the detention center. The forger of fakes walks freely, while the innocent languishes within these plexiglass confines. There's been... Oh, okay. Valen is in there. Okay. My bad. There's been no proof that I forged anything, nor proof that I took the life of my dear mentor. Yet these chains cannot hold me for long. The stage awaits. What, may I ask, awaits you? Little piano and a cold little hole in the wall. But since you are here, what shall we discuss? The shooting of Magnifi Grimeri, for one. Who pulled that trigger, Valen or his partner Zack? His partner vanished before the answer could be found. If I'm going to get any closer to the truth, this is the place to start. Oh, end inquiry is interesting. I have to hand it to my partner. He knows how to make an exit, that talent. Yes, he made my attorney's badge disappear, and he never even touched it. Glory's spotlight always leaves someone weeping in the shadows. Yet his very disappearance is itself a revelation. Revealing what? Zack Grimeri killed Magnifi. It's as good as a signed confession. That's certainly been public opinion's take on it. I grow tired of my cage, and the time of my release is near. I must go and prepare. Planning on jumping back into the magic right away. As long as an audience waits with bated breath, there will be Valent. And also, yes, now that my partner has disappeared, Magnifi's repertoire is mine. Valent Grimeri has a tradition to uphold. Is that true? Seen in this light, the trial was quite good to me, verdict or no. And you can't pay for that kind of publicity. Hey! The suspicion on you hasn't lifted entirely, Valent. After all, you received one of those letters, too. You were just as obliged to follow Magnifi's instructions as your partner. So I was, but only Zack Grimeri followed them. Let us not speak any more of who shot what. Now that my partner has vanished, the question is moot. I'm more interested in learning something else, actually. What might that be? I want to know what Magnifi had up his sleeve. How could he coerce you and your partner to kill him? The trick up his sleeve? Ha 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 ha. Perhaps you do not know. Know what? The great magician never reveals his secrets. Ooh. Yeah! The Psylocke's return, baby! I didn't think it would be that easy. The audience must remain forever in the audience, bathing in the reflected glow of the spotlight. My Magatama, one of my most prized possessions, which I got during a certain case, could show me the locks on people's hearts. If I can unlock their hearts, they'll tell me their secrets. The Magatama starts it all, and the Magatama ends it. Oh no, what I have... I feel like we haven't really gotten... All we've really gotten is, like, the locket. Really? Kristoff is here. Penitentiary for the murder of Shady Smith. Okay, well, she has, like, an entry now. That's fun. Okay. I think what we're gonna do, we're gonna, like, come back to it. Because, like, I feel like anything with Psylocke needs to kind of be... Like, we gotta be, I think, careful. What even is, like, in the present, just for reference? Nothing. Answer? Nothing. Okay. Cool. Oh no. We could go back to and try it, but I don't know. I think... Here's what we'll do. We'll try, like, the defendant lobby next. We'll see, like, what we can gather there. See if we can get a check mark. Didn't think I'd be back here for a while. I didn't want to have to remember that day. Though I deeply regret having to declare a verdict in this way, this trial is over. Ah, Your Honor? Yes, Mr. Zack? There's one thing I wish to make clear. Today in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. What are you talking about? I'm talking about this. They vanished. Mr. Enigmar. The defendants escaped. Find him, quick. Bailiff, close all exits from the building. On the double. He must not be allowed to escape. When I came here on that fateful morning, I still had my badge, but now, like an amputated limb, I can still feel it itching. Where do I start? I don't even have the authority to investigate. Hey, you there, sir. Oh, it's you! It's Meekins! Down on your hands! Floor on your head! Now, now, now! Well, what's the big deal? My ears. No unauthorized personnel aren't allowed in here. That would mean all unauthorized personnel are allowed. Zoink! I just say it like it is, sir. And it's usually wrong. Thrown out of the precinct. Lost my friends. A girl. Even my wallet. Poor Beacons. We've met before, haven't we? On a case 2 years ago. No recollection of that, sir. Huh? For me, working on a case is always in the present. Progressive tense, sir. There is no past. There is only now, sir. Okay, okay. You're the bailiff, right? Yes, sir. Court Bailiff Mike Meekins at your service, sir. Hey, Meekins. I've asked to meet with the bailiff at this court who let the magician escape. Let me try to make this as absolutely clear as possible for you, sir. It was me! Sir. But you were a regular police officer once, right? Yeah. Sometimes bad things happen to good people, sir. They cut him. Something tells me it's a long story. Let's not go there. So, you were in charge of security at the time of the vanishing. I'm dying over here. Oh, it's a hard knock life, sir. Thrown out of the precinct, lost my friends, my girl, and even my wallet. Guess I wasn't the only victim. The last time we met, you were a police officer, right? In fact, you're still wearing your uniform. Sir, I wish I didn't have to tell you this. Last year, tragedy struck a rising star at the precinct. I lost my case files 4 times in 3 days. They fired me. Yeah. That takes real talent, actually. They don't know what they're missing. So here I am, sir, forced to start from square one. A lonely bailiff. But your uniform. I took it with me as a souvenir the day I was fired. That can't be legal. So, you were the one who let the magician get away that day? I'm dying over here. A star rises among the court bailiffs, full of hope. Then tragedy strikes. Is there anything you can tell me about it? About Zackramary's disappearance? Oh, the humanity! That's enough of that. Oh, it's great to see Beacons. What a dork. Why, yes! I'd say it was around 2 p.m. when I heard a commotion in court. I opened the door to see what might be amiss. The door slams open. Slam! And some guy's face is right there in front of me. Face! So, you saw someone suspicious coming your way? Yes, and I, being a bailiff of little standing, I gave chase. I chased that silk cat all the way down the hall, sir. I have a diagram of the court building here. Oh, okay, so that's how that looks. That's cool. Aha! There's courtroom number 7. That's where I was, sir. All by myself. Nary a friend to call my own. Okay, and which way did Zackramary run after bursting through the courtroom door? He went up like this, and around the corner, like that. So I, with no delay, ran after him with no delay. When I turned the corner, I saw that magic man run into the defendant lobby. Swiftly I ran. Following him, I threw myself boldly into the room. Well, I remember it like it was right here, because it was lobby number 2, sir. You ran into this room? I don't see any place to hide in here. Believe it or not, sir, I didn't believe it. Here, in this room, the magician, gone, vanished like a puff of smoke. Except there wasn't even any smoke. He was just gone. That's impossible. Yes, that word. Oh, how many times I've said that word. Even the sound of it causes me indescribable pain. I'm dying. I'm dying over here. Okay, I won't say it again. I promise. But I have to admit, it's difficult to vanish into thin air. Did you search the lobby? I searched. Why the pause? There was nothing here at all, sir. That's right. Nothing was here, sir. How can he talk so loud and still be hiding something? So Zack was in the room when he vanished? Absolutely, sir. I saw him with my own eyes. With my own eyes. That red silk cat, that flowing cape. He ran right in here, right inside this room. Silk hat, cape, and that's Zack, all right. But sir, look at the room. There's not a single place to hide. Sir, there was nothing I could do but nothing, sir. What about now? Have any ideas? Sir! Ideas about what exactly, sir? If you don't mind me asking. You've had quite a bit of time since then. Has nothing occurred to you at all? Do you have any idea what trick he might have used to disappear like that? Okay. Okay, and these are 2. Okay. So, we'll give this a shot. I feel a bit more confident about breaking Meekins down. Psylocke. I should have known. Whoa, we got a cool, like, animation? Okay, let's roll. Okay, Mr. Meekins. What do you know? Spit it out. Hey! Ooh! What's with the atmosphere in here all of a sudden? You know something, and I'm going to find out what. Zackramary vanished from this room. How'd he do it? How, sir? Well, sir, I can't say as I... Sir... Why are you so nervous if you aren't hiding something? Well, sir, you see, at the time, sir, I was here, and... Listen, it was impossible! What could such a little girl possibly do anyway? What did you just say? Sir, did I just say something, sir? No, you screamed it through that megaphone of yours. There was something else in the room, wasn't there? Sir, I'm gonna have to invoke my right to remain in a state of not talking. It's okay, Meekins. You don't have to tell me who Zack's accomplice was. I know who was here in this room that day. I think he's talking about Trucy, yeah. Sir, I never seen that girl until just the other day. Mr. Meekins, I'm not buying it. Sir! Oh, Meekins. Ah, there we go. Sir, that day, she was here in the room, sir. But he wasn't. You mean you chased her into this room, not him? Sir, in my days as a police officer, literally days, I learned a thing or two. Okay, just one thing. But it was how not to mistake a girl for a 7-foot-tall magician. 7 feet? Zack isn't that tall, is he? You have a point. I find it hard to imagine that anyone would mistake a little girl for Zack Grimeri. You saw something. And therein lies the trick. I think you know what it was, Mr. Meekins. Tell me, does this trick look familiar? Oh, we were talking about... Yeah. Because, like, if you look at it, right? Like, if you look at it and you're Meekins, you're like, oh, that looks like Grimeri, sure. Even has a little, like, mustache. What's that? That girl's favorite trick. The amazing Mr. Hat. She uses it in her show down at the Wonder Bar. Have you been to the Wonder Bar? So, it wasn't a waking dream, was it, sir? Come again? That night on stage, I saw a vision. Except it wasn't a vision. It was a hat. An amazing Mr. Hat. He really exists. Oh my god. Unlock successful. I remember it clearly, though the details are a little vague. Zack Grimeri exited the corner room. I gave chase and cornered him in the corner room, sir. Zack Grimeri, don't even think you can escape Meekins. Down on your hands, 4 on your head. Hello? Something the matter, mister? No. That is... Sir, I'm currently chasing a suspect, sir. Zack Grimeri. Do you know him? Oh, I love Zack Grimeri. His magic is the best. I'm his biggest fan. I see. That's why you're wearing that costume you're wearing. Anyway, that same very same Zack came into this room. But no one's been in here except me. But he has to be in here somewhere. Under the sofa, in the trash can, behind a painting, under the rug. What rug? So, Trucy was his accomplice. Imagine my astonished surprise when, 1 week later, just happened to walk into a bar and see him. Mr. Hat. I couldn't believe my own eyes. For a while, I thought it had all been a long dream. Dream that lasted a week? But it wasn't the magician who disappeared. It was Mr. Hat. Ooh. Interesting. Though it seems complex, what really happened that day was quite simple. You chased the wrong guy. You were standing by the door, and out came Zack. But that wasn't all. Another person got in on the act. She was standing in front of lobby number 2. Along with Mr. Hat. And that's the beauty of it, isn't it? So, while you are standing in shock and amazement, the magician rounds the corner, and most likely runs through the closest door into lobby number 1. This is where you come in. You turn the corner in rather lukewarm pursuit. And at that very moment, Trucy runs into lobby number 2. Then all she has to do is tuck away the amazing Mr. Hat. Wow, okay. Sir, I only lost sight of him for the briefest of moments. Then I saw that cape. Zachramary's red cape fluttering like a cape. Astounding, sir. All my days of posing queries and making inquiries and chasing quarries wasted. It's as if I could see them melting away like an ice cream cone left by the side of the road to die. Okay. Or the scattered remains of a messily eaten chocolate parfait. Such sweet sorrows. I'm sorry. I had no idea how much you'd suffered on account of this case. It's an honor, sir. I've apologized to people many times. Sometimes more than once. But this is the first time anyone's ever apologized to me. Actually, about that girl. I'm sort of her guardian now. Is that so? Sir, you should know that I harbor no ill feelings whatsoever in my harbor. Okay. I let the defendant escape. That's the stone-cold truth. There's another step on my way from singing the blues to wearing the blues. Someday, sir, I'll be standing side by side with the greatest detective Guamshu. Really? Mr. Meekins, this is a free ticket to the show at the Wonder Bar. If you want. It's an honor, sir. Sir, I can't count the number of things I had taken from me, sir. But no one's ever given me anything for free. Right, I'll see you in court next time then, sir. I look forward to it. All eyes were on Zachramary that day in court. Until his mysterious... Hold on. Oh, I'm really sorry. All eyes were on Zachramary that day in court, until his mysterious disappearance. Now part of the mystery has been revealed, but the magician remains out of sight. It'd be 7 years before I met him again. Yeah, no, that parsed. Okay. Good job. Oh, nice, nice. We have a present day thing at the Borscht Club. Yeah, no, let's go in there. Let's do it. It's gotta mean something, right? Oh, it's this jerk. Alright. I'll be taking my leave now. Still have some work to do back at the office. Then I guess I'll go back to my piano. To be honest, it's better when you aren't playing. This frigid culinary dungeon almost feels comfortable. Later then. 2 hours left on my shift. Wonder if we'll get any customers tonight. Do you know who I am? Do you know who I am? Right! Right! Right, why did I not put it together before? That's the guy from, like, the first... Zachramary was the dude from, like, the first case. Right. Why did I not put that together before? Maybe it's because it's been so long? Maybe since it's just been so long. You know, if you're watching the VODs, I only play games usually once, maybe twice a week. Through, like, playthroughs. Right. What was he called? I'm trying to think if he was the one that died. He might have been. I wonder. I'd have to look at the footage. Who I am? No. But if you hum it, I can play it. Just kidding. I don't do requests. How about a different sort of request? You see, I play cards. Oh? A customer. I was just hoping someone would come in and save me from a night at the Keys. I seek a true competition. I've heard the Borscht Bowl Club is the place for this. Now I see the rumor is true. And this is a friend of yours? Oh, what's his face is here? Journalist guy? Ah, don't mind me. I'm just your friendly neighborhood newsman. Ah, he will not be playing tonight. When his business is finished, I shall send him home. This competition will be between us, no others. The Right Talent Agency represents 2 artists, and I'm number 2. I play piano, well, sort of. It's actually just a front for my real talent, which is playing poker. Ooh. Don't ask me how I got started. I don't remember. But I'm good. Real good. Didn't take long for the rumors to get around. Go to the Borscht Bowl Club if you want a real game. That guy's never lost. People don't come to hear me tickle the ivory. They come to watch me play cards. Tickle the ivory is not a euphemism for pianos that I am aware of. I don't know. That's an interesting one. Is this a seedy poker club? No, it's a restaurant. We don't play for high stakes. There's no money involved. Real players carry cash, and they're always thirsty. It's a handy source of income for the club owner. Then let's compete. I'll take you to the room. The hideout, yes. But before we go, yes, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shady Smith. Oh, so okay, yeah, Shady Smith. Right. Why did I never put this together? Right, and then we had the case where, we threw, Kristoff in prison. That was cool. Oh, and I'm Brushel. Spark Brushel, news reporter. Oh, I'm... No. Phoenix Wright. Huh? You must always look a man in the eye when you make your introductions. You still do not know who I am? Have we met? Ugh. Today in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. What are you talking about? I am talking about this. Mr. Enigmar. The defendants escaped. Find him quick. Bailiff, close the exits. Run, do things. Gotta run, gotta fight to win. Oh. You can't be... You're... Zach Cremary? Yes. The reincarnation act of the century. Pity I have only an audience of 1. You. Zach Cremary. This must be a bad dream. In a sense, this guy ruined my life. You there! Da? We will play soon. Ready the room. Da. I will be preparing the hideout for you. Yeah, I remember Olga. Are you really him? The Zach Cremary? Now I am Shady Smith. Remember this. How many years has it been now? 6? In exactly 3 days from now, it will be 7. I caused you much inconvenience, I fear. Yeah, you could say that. Is she well? Trucy, I mean. She's fine. I've got her working already. Hope you don't mind. I need hardly express my gratitude. But you have it. This is why I have come. That and to settle a matter of cards. By which you mean poker? Those eyes. He's serious. I despise losing above all else. And so I have decided that I will win tonight, no matter what it takes. I know this guy's type. And they're dangerous. Everything's about the competition. All else is secondary. Perhaps we should take this time to talk before we play. I know you have much to ask me, and you. Yeah, no, okay. Yeah, I was wondering where I saw that locket before. Well, no, I was like... I think I pointed it out sort of earlier that Phoenix had the same locket as him. Yeah, no. We competed that day 7 years ago, too. Ah, yes. You must have been surprised. Called to the detention center out of the blue. 2. 1. Showdown time. I lost. It's only a game of poker. Game I played for a long time and only lost twice. Who was the first? The man I killed, of course. You chose your defense attorneys by playing poker. You chose your defense attorneys by playing poker? Some are hired, others fired. When you compete, you see a man's true nature. You know what I speak of. I know that you do. Trucy's power? Trucy? She is in a class of her own. This is about magicians, by the way. For 7 years, I played poker here at the Borscht Bowl Club. And I've never lost once. I'm good, but not that good. I win because whenever there's a big game, I bring in Trucy. And she sends me signals. Daddy, he's got a good hand. He might have a chance if you act quick. Better call him soon. Can you tell me what her power is? Judging a person's thoughts by reading their reactions is a staple of performance magic. Those of Trucy's line possess far greater skill. Her line? Recall, you were the second man to whom I've lost. Magnifi Grimmeri. That was the first time I learned of this power, as you call it. Wait, so you're saying her power is genetic? It's just in the Grimmeri blood or something? Blood. Ooh, what you hiding? I'm sorry. It is not something told lightly to outsiders. It is nothing you need to know at this time. It's some kind of Grimmeri secret, then? Fine. I think I'm gonna go do, like... She's 15 this year. She's still trying her best to follow in your footsteps, you know. I see. When I planned my disappearing act, it was the thought of her alone that gave me pause. Wait, you were planning on vanishing from the get-go? Yes. And for that, I must apologize. However, I could not be found guilty that day. Because of this. This? A transferal of rights. You see the signature? A transferal? Oh, this is the real diary page. That's Magnifi Grimmeri's signature, isn't it? I hereby give all rights to the secret staging and performance of my magic to the recipient named below, Zach Grimmeri. Wait, then why hide it, though? Or maybe the idea was that he couldn't be found guilty, so he fled. But, like, why? Like, all he could have done was just showed us the freaking real page. But you had to be all secretive, and you had to be whatever. I hereby give all rights to the secret staging and performance of my magic. The recipient named below. And the recipient's name is you, Zach Grimmeri. Yes, it is I. Wait, this page looks torn. You recall the diary, yes? First, take a close look at this diary. Note that a page has clearly been ripped out. As it just so happens, I have here what I believe to be the missing page. Wait, let me see that. How could I forget? That scrap of paper lost me my attorney's badge. This is the real page that was torn from the book. Magnifi gave it to me that night. He could have told me this earlier, like 7 years earlier. Once again, I must apologize. It was all I could do to prepare for my escape from that courtroom. Shut up. The greatest of Magnifi Grimmary's illusions are true art. As such, they are well protected by this document. Only its bearer may perform his illusions on stage. Sounds like a pretty important thing to have if you're his disciple. As a rightful heir to his art, I too wanted a rightful heir. Rightful? I'm sure you know who I chose as my successor. Your daughter. That is why I've risked all to come here tonight. Brushel. Sir? Ah, here you go. What's this? Yes, the envelope that we were given, yeah. A letter passing the rights I have inherited to Trucy. I would have you sign here as a witness. But I'm not a lawyer anymore. And you need a public notary, besides. Ah, I may not look it, but I am a certified notary. Really? You are? By day, I wear a notary's glasses and hunt for news. Also by day, I wear a reporter's glasses and notarize. When I take off the glasses, well, I can't see very well. Your signature, please. This is the first person I've come here to... This is the first reason I've come here tonight. Yeah. Ah. I finally figured it out. Now I know why you've come out of hiding only now. It's been 7 years, you said? Precisely. There's a law that covers your situation. After 7 years, missing persons are considered to be legally deceased. Oh, okay. So if someone was to vanish from the Earth 7 years ago, they would lose all rights as a living person after 7 years from that day. Not to mention all their possessions. Exactly. Which is why I am here. I risked showing my face in public for the sake of this document. Before my 7 years are up, you might say I'm securing my daughter's inheritance. But do you really need this document? Wouldn't Trucy inherit your estate automatically? Not in this case, I'm afraid. This case? Yes. I received the performance rights from Magnifi Grimmary. However, this was done in secret without witnesses. Before Magnifi died, 2 potential successors to his repertoire were named. Myself, Zach Grimmary, and Valent Grimmary. Not Trucy. I see. So you do need this document. I have known Brushel since before I vanished. He is a man I trust. Now only 3 know of my rebirth. I took the liberty of looking into Trucy's background, and found you had no other close kin. It is as you say. Okay. I was kind of hoping he'd say something about the mother at this point. I know everyone else, but Trucy's mother is a mystery. Yeah. Interesting. Like, the only thing is that I want to, like... I think what we're gonna do, can I, like, see if I can maybe get something, like, on the mother? Can we, like, because that's what Phoenix is wondering about. This person in the photo is Trucy's mother? Look! How did you come by this? Trucy showed it to me. She said her mother was gone. Then, it is so. Huh? She is gone. What more is there to say? Lots? Ah, I know. Whoa, you're still here? According to my in-depth research, Trucy's mother, Magnifi Grimmary's only daughter, end quote. What? Magnifi's daughter? Is that true, Mr. Zack? Oh, okay, so Thalassia was Magnifi's daughter? And then, yeah, no, so she was like the woman in all of the different, like, magician scenes, which is something I kind of figured. Is that true, Mr. Zack? Brushel, you say too much. What? Why am I the bad guy? Why? Zack decked him. In any case, Mr. Wright, this discussion is over. Lassia Grimeri. She's the most mysterious of the whole lot. I need to gather me some more evidence, clearly. Well, the prelude may have been longer than the main attraction. Shall we begin our game? My final competition? Final? Why? As you said, I've come out of hiding today to make this document legally binding. Once that is done, I shall slip once more underground. That seeing your daughter? It would be best if I did not. 7 years ago we played. 7 years ago I lost. I already lost to Magnifi. I do not care to lose to another. And I have heard that you never lose. It's just a rumor. Yes, for it is impossible to never lose, unless one has an ace up one's sleeve. As a magician, it causes me no end of irritation to think a mere lawyer might be out there pulling the wool over so many eyes. Hey, I just signed your document for you. Maybe you could try lightening up? That was that. This is this. For my final competition, I will destroy your perfect record, Phoenix Wright. This will be my final performance. You are warned. This guy is beyond serious. So much for a fun evening of cards. Brushel, you may leave. Ah, but it's your last game. I mean, what a scoop. I punch and I punch, but still it is not enough. I just remembered a future prior engagement. Toodles, gentlemen. Oh, and nice meeting you, Piano Man. Woohoo! Now let's begin. Dealer. Duh. You'll be witness to our competition. Duh. It is honor for me. Why haven't I seen her around here before? Ah, that reminds me. I saw a familiar face as I entered this restaurant. He did not seem to notice me, however. Gavin, I believe was his name. You know him? After a fashion. Listen, Phoenix Wright. One can learn much from a true competition. Remember this. Oh, so we didn't even get to, like, dig into the thing. Okay. That's interesting. The Grimeri power. I was close to understanding it, but I needed more. And I knew where to get it. Trucy's mother. I'd need to meet that reporter again, that was clear. And one other thing. From the moment my final competition with Zack began that night, a name was running through my head. The name of a man now in prison. A name Zack Grimeri knew. But how? And why? Yeah, no, this Zack guy is kind of a bastard, huh? Solitary Cell 13? Oh my goodness. Look how fancy it looks. Solitary Cell 13. Ah, yeah, there you are. Well, well. Isn't this an unexpected surprise? What errand brings you down to my cramped confines? Gavin. We threw you in prison. Is this your idea of revenge, Phoenix Wright? Revenge for the events that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago? My past is like my logic, straight and true. Nothing's changed. All I did was point the finger of justice in the proper direction. Fine. I'm glad we could have this little tete-a-tete, right? You look well, Phoenix Wright. You too, Gavin. Yeah, no, let's chat. Life has been full of surprises for both of us. I've no doubt you never expected to lose that attorney's badge of yours. And I bet you never expected to wind up here. Shady Smith was the name of the man you killed. Did you know who he really was? Who he was? Zach Grimeri. You know, the defendant. I remember him, of course. But you say Smith was Zach? Impossible. Don't even try to tell me it was a coincidence. What did I just say? Life is full of surprises, don't you think? After that trial, you were arrested and found guilty. But your motive was never made clear. A mistake I plan to remedy. You're not an attorney anymore, Phoenix Wright. What possible conclusion do you think this investigation of yours can lead to? I killed a man named Smith with a bottle because I am an evil human being. Isn't that enough? Not for me, it isn't. I need to know why you did it, Gavin. Ooh. You recall that case 7 years ago? Ah, yes. The trial where Zach Grimeri pulled his famous vanishing act. My brother won his fair share of praise and adoration for that trial, as I recall. Genius prosecutor reveals crooked attorney, was it? That was when I met you, wasn't it? Was it, now? The Bar Association Review Board voted unanimously for the strictest punishment. Unanimous, save for one dissenting opinion. Yours. It was my brother who was responsible for putting you in that position, after all. For 7 years we've been friends, and yet I still don't understand you. But right, your friendship toward me was never pure. You suspected me then as you still do now, don't you? Honestly, right now I'm not sure what I think. Ooh. And, ooh, plot thickens. You didn't just brain a guy with a juice bottle for no reason. Tell me why you did it. Persistent, aren't you? I came here because I remembered something. The night of our game. Zach Grimeri mentioned your name, Gavin. Ah, that reminds me. Saw a familiar face as I entered the restaurant. Did not seem to notice me, however. Gavin. I believe was his name. After that, he was killed, and I asked you to help me. Because I remembered your kindness back when everyone had turned on me. I seemed to be in a bit of trouble. Something like that. Dead. Someone hit him. Hard. Me? Please, the cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands. Could it come to that? I have to know. Why did you kill Shady Smith? No, Zach Grimeri. Ooh. Oh, dear. Whoa. I've never seen Cyclops like these. Yeah, no, that's crazy. Dark, cold, full of despair. Can I even unlock these things? Wow. Something wrong, right? No, it's nothing. You shouldn't push yourself so hard. Life is to be taken easy, you know. Oh. I recognize that. He's doing his nails. Hold on. Okay, I can look. Also, there's... Oh, hello. That envelope's been bothering me since I came in here. It's not nice to peek at other people's mail. You get mail in here in jail? That I do, though they read it first, apparently. Still, I am allowed the pleasure of correspondence. Packages and the like are a different matter, however. Looks like sneaking a peek is out of the question. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, the yellow envelope. That was the thing that the journalist was talking about. Okay. Huh. Interesting. But yeah, I'm examining this nail polish. You're thinking, what self-respecting man would use nail polish? I mean, I don't know. You can do what you want. Not really. I know appearances are a big thing with you. You know what I say? One cannot live a beautiful life without beautiful nails. First rate in all things, except nothing less. That certainly does look like first-rate nail polish. I like the sparkly bottle. It's crystal. If you're so drawn to it, please have one. It's on me. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna bail. Because we have in the past, like, this studio. I wonder if maybe if we head there, we'll, like, find something. Because we got, like, the what's it called? The nail polish. Like, I think maybe we can make use of it. I figured you'd come here sooner or later. Ah, there you are. I still think his eyes are, like, messed up. Like, not to be, like, rude. But, like, they're just, like, squiggles. I can't really, like, make heads or tails of them, I guess. I decided on sooner. Drew Misham, was it? I haven't done anything illegal. And I didn't come here to whine about past events. I wanted to ask you some questions. I suppose you have the right? That day, the entire court descended into chaos. Only you stood still, your eyes calmly watching. I admit it made quite an impression on me. I'm used to finding myself in outrageous situations. Phoenix Wright, wasn't? I'll answer what I can. I'm not sure, but it feels like I'm being watched. Intensely. Oh, hey, kid. Ah, this is my daughter. Vera, say hello. Oh, poor kid. She's gone. Shall we begin then? Don't mind me. Yeah, no, so that's all the stuff. All the art, kinda, you know. We'll talk to him first, and then we'll take a deeper look. Judging from this place, you're a painter? Not, sadly, a profitable one. I never sold a painting. As a source of considerable embarrassment. I would be able to get by were it only me. Your daughter? Her mother grew weary of me and left. I don't want her to grow up needy, Mr. Wright. That is why I began my other occupation. Forgeries. Don't look at me with those eyes. I know what it is that I do. More than half of the paintings they bring me are stolen. Who knows what my copies are used for? But some of your works aren't paintings, correct? You may not believe me when I tell you this, but that was my first work outside of painting. What? To think it would be used as evidence in a murder trial. I never even imagined the possibility. Then why did you take the job? I was well paid. Very well paid. I think he feels worse about it than I do. The past is hard to escape. Honestly, the sooner I can put this behind me, the better. With apologies to you, of course. Sorry, but it's not going to be quite so easy. He's trying to forget what he made. Looks like I'll have to remind him. Yeah, okay. Hey, your work? Don't try to pretend you've forgotten. Sure, all you did was make a copy. But that copy might have destroyed the life of an innocent man. I'm responsible too, which is why I have to know. And you have to tell me. Knew it would be difficult to escape this. Then let's talk. Let's talk. Magnify's diary. Well then, ready to tell me about this work you did? It was unlike anything I had attempted before. I guess it would be a little different from paintings. That is not what I mean. In all my previous work, it sufficed to create a copy. This wasn't a copy. The client gave me two things that day. The first was a sample page as reference. Second, a printed document I could only surmise was written by my client. So you used the real writing as a reference to reproduce what the client wrote? Yes. As I said, it was my first job of that nature. So, who is your client? As I said in court, I do not know. Really? Even for such a suspicious request? If it was me, I'd want to know as much as I could about the requester. I never met them. Not personally, Ooh. Okay, 2 locks. Not too bad. Ah, a Psylocke. Course. It seems like you're still hiding something. Something about this work. I mean, he wasn't the one doing the forgeries, right? Like, it was his daughter. That's what we surmised in the court case not that long ago. You're hiding something. Let's hear it, then. What are you hiding from me, Mr. Masham? I'm sorry, but I really don't know. I've never met the client. True. When I asked the client's name, there were no Cyclocks in sight. Regardless, you're hiding something. You have to be, otherwise it wouldn't make any sense. Why are you doing this to me? Well, I made my stand. No backing down now. So what's Masham hiding? The forger. I can pretty much piece together what it is from what you've said. What is it, then? You told me what you knew about the client, and I couldn't see any Psycholocks. Psycholocks? Is that some sort of asylum security? Or a new hairstyle, perhaps? But then they did show up, didn't they? Who is your client? As I said in court, I do not know. Really? Even for such a suspicious request? If it was me, I'd want to know as much as I could about the requester. I never met them. Not personally, Not personally. Those words triggered the Psycholock. Again with the Psycholocks. Now I really must know what they are. So you didn't meet with the client, but someone else did. Maybe the real forger behind this evidence? Perhaps I'm hung up on this lock business. I'm afraid you've lost me. Yeah, well, I didn't come here to talk about Psycholocks. As long as I come to the right conclusion, it doesn't matter how I got there. And your conclusion is? The real forger behind this wasn't you, Mr. Masham. Poppycock. I don't know what you're talking about. That's my work, I tell you. Made here in my studio. Who else could have been but me? That's the real question, isn't it? If the forger wasn't you, I don't have many other people to choose from. The real forger at Drew's studio is... Vera. The real forger is your daughter, Vera Masham, isn't it? Ridiculous. My daughter's only 12 years old, Mr. Wright. I've always been more one for landscapes, not surrealism. Nice comeback. But you're shaking in your boots. I got you now. The only two people with access to this studio are you and your daughter. The Cyclocks tell me you're not the forger, which makes your daughter the only possibility. I feel very much on the verge of going Psycholocked myself. Unlock successful. I don't know how you knew, but you're right. The one who made this page was my daughter Vera, not I. She's only 12. A genius, you might call her. Precocious little girl outshining her father. There's been a lot of that going around recently. I let her play in the studio and she watched me. She taught herself in that way. The drafting tools and analytical devices I bought when they became necessary. They're my little girl's playthings now. Do I detect a bit of fatherly pride? So Vera was the one who made this page. Would she know who the client was then? Actually, the client came once. Here, to the studio. What? Why didn't you say so sooner? But their face was covered and they did not want to talk to me. So, they talked to your daughter? I will speak only with the artist, the client told me. And that little girl is the key to our mystery client's true identity. Yeah, it would have had to have been, Kristoff, I believe. Because her reaction to Clavier, whatever, you know, was... I think her reaction to Clavier kind of gives it away. Because Kristoff and Clavier look very much alike. They are brothers, but, you know. So, I think that maybe, her reaction kind of gave it away. Okay, what do I do now? Maybe I should talk to her father a bit more. Is it time to turn my attention to Vera? I say we talk to her. Mr. Masham, I have a request. Let me guess. You'd like to speak with my daughter. Can I? My daughter has never been one to talk to strangers. She's quite shy. Extremely so, actually. With only one exception. Which was, oddly enough, was that client. I left the studio while they talked. I returned when they had finished. She was laughing. It was the first time I'd seen anything of the sort. Please, let me speak with her. All right. Uh-oh. This could be tough. Yeah. I guess as a... Hold on. While I'm here, I have a thought. Oh, that little frame is there. Okay. Maybe I'll just sidle over here for a closer look. Yeah, no. Oh, and it does have a thing on it. That's an awfully small frame. What's that inside it? Stamp? Ah, please don't touch that. I'll get in trouble. That stamp belongs to Vera, you see. She always puts it somewhere she can see it. Oh, it's a stamp of the magicians. Yeah, no, I think yeah. Oh, they look cute. It's a cute picture. It's and it's cool because Trucy grows up to share the colors of her mom. That's nice. That's Zack and Valen. They're Marys, isn't it? The post office issued that commemorative stamp last year, and the Grimaries were at the height of their popularity. Not anymore, now that one of them has vanished off the face of the earth. Vera went to see one of their shows when she was quite small. She's been a dedicated fan ever since. She watched them every time they came on TV. Until the end. I see. The stamp's quite hard to come by, I hear. I still wonder how she got her hands on it. Ooh. Okay. That's like evidence. Cool. That's a pretty bottle. Don't touch that, please. I'll get in trouble. It belongs to Vera, you see. She always puts it somewhere she can see it. She looks at it often. There's a light pink fluid inside. Nail polish, I'm guessing. Okay. Let's try to talk to her, I guess. Vera, was it? Would you like to have a friendly chat? I'm Phoenix Wright, ex-lawyer, and pianist. Still looking for the keys that say do, re, mi. Can't find them anywhere. I'm no good at this. One sec. Oh, that sucks. I was about to... I'm not gonna lie, I felt a sneeze coming on, and then I, like, muted myself, and then it just never came. I hate that. Anyway, I need something to get through to this girl. Okay, get through to her? Oh, maybe what we can do, if we need to get, like, through to her, right? Colorless nail polish, huh? Oh, what's this on the bottom? Oh. Aria Done. I've heard of that brand. This must be the brand symbol. It's supposed to be some kind of flower. Wait, no, maybe it's a hand? Wait, on second thought, is that an eagle? Who makes these things up, anyway? You'd think they'd try for a clear symbol, at least. You know, I feel that. It's a hand. And then there's this. My stamp. Hey, she spoke. She can talk. Yeah, so the stamp. I'm gonna keep her talking. Isn't Troop Grimmary amazing? Yes? Oh. I especially like those two, Zack and Valen. I mean, they're, just so magical. Aren't they? Aren't they? Oh. You found her special interest. That's cute. Yeah, whenever I go to one of their shows, I'm like, whoa, magic, you know? Me too. Me too. I love them. They're so cool. It's like magic, yeah. All right, she's talking. Not saying much, but it's a start. I went and saw them with Father the other day. The opening ceremony at the Grimmary Museum of Magic. The Grimmary Museum? They have one of those? I guess it makes sense now that they have their own commemorative stamp. So, have you been to one of their shows? Just once, when I was little, with Father. The Grimmary's on stage. It was like a dream. Disappearing, reappearing, cutting apart, putting back together. They do it all. Yeah. Maybe you can keep telling me stuff like this? You know, about Zack and Valen, maybe? Oh, sure. All right. Better get asking before she changes her mind. I don't go outside much. I like to paint in here. Why don't you like the outside? There's bad people out there. Well, true, but there's lots of good people, too. Actually, I should tell you. She was almost kidnapped once. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's traumatizing. Kidnapped? Since then, she's been... Well, you can see for yourself. She refuses to leave the house. I see. Wait, but that doesn't make sense. She said she went to the Grimmary Museum. With you, in fact. Yes. Actually, she was quite insistent on it, much to my surprise. That was the first and last time she expressed such a desire to me. That person gave me a good luck charm. A good luck charm? For when I absolutely had to go outside. Yes, apparently she received something. A gift. From that client, actually. Won't tell me what it was. Oh. Father, told you to keep that a secret. From that client, huh? This I have to hear about. So your father tells me you're good at painting all sorts of things? I really like painting. A lot. Father is always very happy when I paint them exactly the same. So, you did this too? Oh, yes. That was my first job. Your first? All I used to do was paint the same thing I saw. But this was totally different. The pen slips and the way the writer held the pen and the pressure on the nib, I had to use a microscope and analyze it on the computer. She seems happy. Odd. Her work was the last nail in the Grimmary coffin. I guess no one told her. Oh, yeah, that's really sad. She looked up to all these magicians and her forgery caused one to disappear and all the rigmarole. And then nobody told her about it. That's crazy. They're the best in the world. Huh? Oh, you mean Troop Grimary? Of course. Father gave it to me. Your father? But I asked him about it. He didn't know how you got it. Oh, I guess I just took it. Yeah. Took it? Father got a letter from that person. That person? You mean that letter was from the client? Oh, we talked about the Grimaries forever that day. I'm sure that's why I was sent that stamp. I didn't want to just send it back, so I took it. They're a sneaky one, this client. They were trying to get on her good side. So, like, weird question. Is this guy your, like, dad? Like, actually? I'm just saying. So, you met the person that asked you to do this job? And you talked with them? What's this about a good luck charm you received? Well, I can't talk about it. Eh? If I do, it won't work anymore. That's what I was told. Yeah, but I really have to know. Ooh. Right, time to do some psych unlocking. Okay. I think I have a hunch. So you met the person that asked you to do this job, and you talked with them. What's this about a good luck charm you received? I can't talk about. Oh, right. Right. I'm supposed to present the thing. I don't know. My brain was not working there. Don't mind me. The client. You seem to trust this client. Quite a lot, in fact. Because they gave you this stamp. No, that's not why. They listened to me. My problem. The problem. It keeps her inside all the time. Don't go outside if you don't want to. That's what they told me. But when I absolutely had to go out, all I had to do was use a good luck charm. A good luck charm that your client gave you. I think I know what your client might have given you, actually. I think it is, yeah. Like, I think it's the nail polish. Because, like, she always seems to have it, like, everywhere. So maybe that is, like, her good luck charm. I don't know. This was what they gave you, wasn't it? Ah. The same bottle's over there on your desk. Your good luck charm, right? I heard once, cosmetics were once thought to ward off evil. Is that true? I don't know. I'm curious. Say in the comments if that's true. This is a magic bottle. It is the power. Ah, of course it does. I'll just refrain from commenting any more on that one. I think I know who gave you that bottle, actually. The one who asked you to do this job. Was this the client? Yeah, no. Dingus. This man is a friend of mine. Know him? Yeah, not much of a friend. His name is Christoph Gavin. He's a lawyer, actually. I promised. I promised not to tell. Oh. I do legit feel bad for this kid. No joke. I'm sorry. I can't talk about the client. I promised. If I break my promise, the spell won't work. I don't need a name anymore. I've got my answer. You're pretty confident in this charm, then? I think they might be the devil. Huh? Or maybe an angel. What do you mean? I saw it. Or I think I saw it when they gave me this. I saw the devil's face. Oh. Are you saying the client's face looked like the devil's? No, the client was gentle, with a gentle smile. So where do you see this devil, then? It was so quick. I don't remember well, but that's when I knew. That person wasn't like other people. That's why I believe in my good luck charm. Not sure what this devil she saw was. It's pretty clear that Christoph Gavin has her charmed. Well, I think that's all. I'll be leaving now. I'm sorry for what happened. If you want to apologize, try my client, Zach Grameri. Did I do something bad? What makes you think that? Your eyes. They're sad. Very sad. I'll put on my smile next time I come. Promise. I hope to see you smile then too, Vera. Oh, okay. Take care. Thinking back on my first encounter with the young forger, I witnessed something of vital importance that day. Of course, by the time I realized it, it was already too late. Because the dude was... Sham was dead! Okay. I'm gonna save here, I think. We're gonna call it a day. But, you know, I'm very interested to see what this all kind of culminates in. I'm very curious to see. I don't know. I think it'll be cool. But okay. Let me look. Okay. I'm gonna call it a day. But yeah, no, thank you all for coming out. I really appreciate you. And I think without further ado, I'm gonna roll it over now to the aftermath. So, chat, what did we learn today? We learned that you gotta be careful with your poisons. We also learned that you know, you can't really charge somebody if they just disappear from the courtroom in like thin air, I guess. We also learned that that you know, you gotta, you know, if your kid has like a special cool talent or whatever, maybe don't like, you know, use it for your own gain, you know, or like take advantage, you know. That sucks. Anyway, thank you for coming out to the Uncle Bandit stream. If you enjoyed streams like this, don't be afraid to leave a follow. If you want to help support the stream, you can also sub and donate. Those things really help me out. If you want to check out any old playthroughs or keep up with any current playthroughs, you can head over to the Uncle Bandit stream archive over on YouTube.com. And if you want to keep up with any stream updates like playthrough announcements or just want to see what I'm up to, you can check me out on Blue Sky at Uncle Bandit. This has been it from me, and this has been Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney, and I hope to see you all next time.